Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority things.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike all week as he is out, and we start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have you listening. John Fricky, I am so happy about these Braves, man. I just am. I know they lost yesterday. Who cares? Let's be honest. With the best record, 60-29, the best winning percentage when you talk about at the break ever in franchise history at 674. The 98 team was the next team. Things are rolling for us. And, John, I just hope, and I don't know, I want your thoughts on this. I hope Braves fans are enjoying this because what I'm starting to get now, okay, and I'm sure you're getting the same thing. Dukes, what are we going to do in the playoffs? Whoa. We got plenty of time to talk about the end of September and October. I just want to enjoy this and not get ahead of ourselves, not get out in front of our skis. And, John, right now, with the way things are rolling, I think a lot of people automatically are jumping to the end of September.
You don't read Braves Twitter, do you?
End of September.
You don't look at Braves Twitter, do you?
Well, I try not to because this is the kind of stuff I encounter.
No, well, Braves Twitter last night was three things. It was either you get the old school guys who say, well, that's baseball. You're not going to win them all. You're going to win 54, lose 54. And it's what you do in the other 54, which the Braves might win all other 54. And then you get people going, oh, my God, see, I told you, we're going to choke. This is proof we're going to choke. And then you get the other third part and that dude is out there going, Bryce Elder sucks. Alex Thomas has got to get back Scherzer, or we're not going to win at all because, oh, my God, we're going to choke. Oh, wow. It's like, cool your jets, guys. Just enjoy the ride.
Enjoy it. That's all I'm saying. Enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy the home run derby, even though we have nobody participating, and I'm fine with that. I'm going to enjoy the All-Star game when we send 8 guys, and we know the pitchers are not going to pitch, but they're there for the festivities. Let's honor our guys and enjoy watching them play. Get them in, get them out. All right? I don't want anybody hurt. Get them in, get them out. That's what I want right now. I don't want Rob Thompson leaving guys in. Get them in, get them out.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's good that the pitchers aren't pitching so that Thompson isn't, inclined to try and run somebody out there for 2 innings or something like that, right?
Exactly.
So, hey, listen, how about Max Fried? 1.1, I know, but he's back. He's pitching. Hey, listen, I think you're 3 starts away from having him back up, going from Gwinnett to Cobb on a heater.
I agree. And it's a big deal. I want you to think about the Max Fried addition as a trade. As a move at the trade deadline, which isn't until August 1st, all right?
I don't know.
It is, Snit. You're adding to the pitching staff, and there's nobody out there that you could get that would be better than what you're getting back in Max Fried. I don't believe that, okay? And again, we're not paying $50, $40, $30 million for any of these starting pitchers. But Braves fans, enjoy this. We've won 11 consecutive series. Let's not start looking ahead. I know, Nostraducus. I'm not doing it with the Braves. I'm going to enjoy every moment of this, and when we get to September, I'll enjoy September. But that is my worst fear right now, and you're absolutely right. We lose against the Rays. We've won 11 consecutive series, and John Fricky, people are going, what are you guys talking about?
And not only that, but they're just so, it's like guys and gals, all right? This is a done deal. Or we used to say, a big fancy word that in Ackworth, fait accompli, that means done deal in Ackworth. The Braves are winning the World Series. I mean, it's not, okay, they lost a game, okay, but it's still not like anybody else is even close. Now, somebody says, well, what if Scherzer goes to the Astros? Well, okay, the Astros got to get there. But if they do, you just saw the second best team in baseball in the American League, best team all year. You've seen the best of the best out there. Do you not think you can go down to Tampa and win a series? Of course you can.
Yep.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, not a problem.
I think the other part of this is, as we watch our Braves, and we're at the break officially, and again today, guys will have 4 days off, by the way. They get back to work Friday. So the other guys that are not participating in the All-Star game are doing whatever the hell they want to do right now. All right. Many of them might be on an island somewhere. Who knows? But they get 4 days. And in baseball, that's an eternity because you get a day off, and it's like, whew, and then you get a 2 days off in the consecutive weeks. It's like, whew, needed that. So 4 days, guys get to chill. They get to relax. But I absolutely agree with the whole notion that we could go anywhere. We could win against any of these teams. None of them scare me. And I'm not worried about the trade deadline. Here's the deal. Guys, you have to get the right talent. When we went to the World Series, AA acquired the right guys. Now, it was a combination of those guys contributing. But, Fricky, it's about getting the right guys. Just because you trade for a $40 million pitcher, it doesn't mean jack.
Well, we don't, I had this debate with a number of listeners over the weekend, okay? What is Alex Anthopoulos going to do at the trade deadline? He's going to make a move. I think we all see the move, don't we? I mean, he's going after a left-handed reliever. And if the San Diego Padres want to offer up Josh Hader, I am in the you damn right I want Josh Hader business, even as a rental for the remainder of the year. I know he's got a contract coming up. He's a free agent. Don't care. I give you want Vaughn Grissom, you want A.J. Smith-Shawver. All right, fine.
Because I'm trying to win right now.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
You are in absolute win parade mode now. Now, I think they can win the parade without Josh Hader, but I'm saying if you're going to make a move, that's the move. Now, I don't know that he'll make that move. He may make a more minor move, but I'll guarantee he's making a move into the bullpen.
I hope so, because I think that's where you win World Series now. As much as I love great starting pitching, that is not how you win World Series. And it's been proven over the last decade with the teams that have won. 404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Dukes and Bell, Fricky in for Mike today and all week long. We're going to talk plenty about our Braves and where we are currently. Guy hits me up. He says, Dukes, what's not to love? Braves 2-1, 2-1 wins to lose ratio. What's not to love? And again, we're talking about the overall series. So look at this. We've won 27 of our past 32, okay? We have an 8.5 game lead in the NL East. No one's really close.
No. In the National League.
Correct.
Not the NL East, National League.
Correct. In the league. Nobody is close. In the American League, when you look at the standings, there are a bunch of teams bundled up. Nobody is doing what we're doing. And then the bigger thing is we've won every series since June 1st. Every one, including the one we just won in Tampa, where we lost the game and you folks lost your mind. So I think, John, that with everything that's going on, I just want everybody to just take a breath and enjoy.
Right.
And I don't know if people are capable of that because automatically, with what's happening here in the first half and all the milestones, everybody's jumping ahead. Don't do it. We can't do it.
Twitter. Oh, joke. I had a bunch of that this weekend. And I just was like, because I asked the question, I mean, is it more enjoy the ride or more we're going to choke? And, we people.
Why? But why even bring the word choke up?
Why? Because that's what they're saying, and that's what they say about us.
Is over.
Thank you. I don't even want to talk about choking.
Yeah, speaking of that, can I change the subject just because I want to make sure I get it in at the beginning?
What's that?
Honestly, I haven't cared about tennis in about 30 years because...
Are we about to go into a tennis conversation right now in the middle of this amazing Braves conversation we're having?
Yeah, because I want to ask you a quick question.
Okay. Is this going to crush the conversation that we're having?
No.
All right.
So since we have the All-Star game going on, are we now locked in on tennis too because of Chris Eubanks? Is that what we're watching this week?
Thank you. The answer is no. All right.
But this goes to the choke because somebody said to me, "Hey, that kid Chris Eubanks from Georgia Tech. He's it's whatever the numbers are. First time he's ever beaten a top 10 player, third African American to make the Elite Eight, Final Eight at men's Wimbledon, whatever it is. He's going to be just like the Braves. He's going to choke." I'm like, oh my God.
Wow. Wow.
I'm like, the dude is playing way over his station. How about you give him credit for what he's doing? How about maybe you just enjoy things? Why do people automatically go to, hey, Carl, they're saying the same thing about the Falcons right now. We haven't even started camp.
No, I know. And camp's a few weeks away. I'll say this, though, and the answer to your question is no one cares. But with that said, thank you. With that said, I understand where they're going, and they're trying to make this translation to what he's doing, what the Braves are doing. What the Braves are doing is independent of everything else. Take it for what it is. Do not equate it to 28-3 in the Falcons. Nothing.
That's what they do, though.
Okay? Don't do that.
That's the extrapolation they do, which I think is hilarious.
Don't do any of that. This is independent of anything that's going on right now. Now, I have this here, and for those of you who are watching us on Twitch at ATL929 The Game and YouTube at 929 The Game, I brought this in today. Now, I'm a big Star Wars guy. This is one of the Star Wars things that you would find in my house. And Andy said to me, what's up with the Chewbacca mask? And I said, well, you'll see later on. And the purpose of this is for all of you people who continue to say dumb things like what John is talking about, and I'm putting this mask on right now. You can see me. This is my answer to you.
All right.
Shut up. Don't bring those things up. Okay? I'm going to put this mask on every time someone says, the choke to the... Shh. None of that. We got the best team in the league. We got the best team in baseball. None of that.
But Darth Vader is lurking out there somewhere to steal our pride and our hope. Darth Maul is...
Yeah, let me help you.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah.
All right? Coming up.
Maybe we just get Indiana Jones to turn back into Han Solo. We're good.
Coming up, we're going to talk more about our Braves. Jason Longshore is going to join us at 2:40. And how much of what we're seeing is about having the right guys. We're going to get into that conversation. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell, Fricky and for Mike on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
I love it when you guys respond. I do. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, like Buzz. Buzz hits us up. He says, hey, man, talking about what John Freaky brought up with the fact of the tennis player. And I said, you're going to derail this conversation, and people are listening. This is what they had their listening ears on. And Buzz says, listen, there's no shame when a guy loses to the third best player in the world. That's not choking. Fans are wrong, but he says people are paying attention to Wimbledon. Now, I love Wimbledon, but Wimbledon is not on my scale of importance right now when I talk about what the Braves are doing in the first half. And that was my whole thing as John and I were talking about this. Then Chris Davis hits us up. And Chris is like, man, Chris Eubanks is fam. I was there watching him play at Westlake. He says Sam Crenshaw apparently has been talking about him. And Sam is great. Sam is so involved in the community and knows everybody. He's my guy. I know who he is. But in the pecking order right now, we've got the best team in baseball. Are you guys serious right now? Like, Wimbledon is like third, maybe fourth on my list, only because there's nothing else on. Nothing.
Well, all right, let's start talking. Instead of talking about the All-Star game, the Home Run Derby, are you even going to watch? Because I'm not going to. I couldn't care less.
The All-Star game?
No, the Home Run Derby.
Oh, no, I'm not interested.
I'm not interested.
No, I mean, listen.
It jumped the shark like the slam dunk to me. I mean, it just, the
if
first
our guys were participating,
if one of our guys was in it, sure.
Different.
I mean, that'd be different, right? If it was an Atlanta Hawk in the slam dunk, when John Collins did it, I watched, and when he had the airplane and he's in Utah now. All right. No, so I'm not going to watch the Home Run Derby. Unless does Boomer still do it? Back.
I don't know. I have no idea. He doesn't do it anymore. Turtle?
No,
Turtle
okay,
says no.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Listen, I like all the festivities around the All-Star game. I was very fortunate to be a part of some of that while I covered baseball. The best thing about that, guys, is the players' parties, the agent parties leading up to. It's not Super Bowl because you don't get a week. You get a few days. So last night when guys got there was stuff going on. There's stuff going on tonight. And then, you've got obviously tomorrow, and then guys will get out of town. But, John, I mean, the All-Star game, I'm only interested to see what our guys do. The home run derby contest, no. And it's not because I don't love home runs. It's only because none of our guys are participating.
Right.
When Olsen said no and Acuna said no, I was out.
Yeah, me too.
So,
all right. So just the first quick peek here, and this goes to the way they finished the air quotes first half. Of course, 89 games down and 73 to go. You start looking into the second. Not necessarily. Not about the White Sox series to start it. It's about what are we to expect here in terms of how you're going to approach this, because there are a couple of things that I think are interesting about the Braves right now. Number one is if Max Fried, 1.1 innings yesterday, 3 innings, then he gets stretched out 5 and 7, and he's back with the big club. If Michael Soroka continues his path, suddenly you're going to sit there with 6 starters, and then you go into the playoffs, you only need 4, right? So, that'll be one thing to watch, because the battle for the last 2 spots behind Strider and Elber is going to be pretty intense.
It is, but this is a good problem to have. Because you have options. Listen, Fried's not going to the bullpen, but you have other options of guys going to the bullpen and helping you out if, in fact, you want them on the roster for the first series. It's all going to depend on who we're playing and what the metrics are and how those guys have fared against those particular lineups. But we got time. We got time for that. I want to see Fried come back and have some success before we start talking about we have 6 pitchers again at the end of September. We may or may not. I don't know if that's going to happen. But if it does, John, it's a great place to be because we have options for guys that if you want to keep them up on the roster, who's going to the pen and who helps us most out of the bullpen. And then give me your 4 best starters. If we only need 4, give me your 4 best starters right now. We know it's Strider. We know it's Morton. Elder with his ERA, if that continues. I know it was terrible yesterday, but I don't even care about that. And then who's your 4th best guy? If it is Fried, okay. I'm fine with that. But this is what I'm saying. Like, we are so far ahead of ourselves. I haven't even seen Fried back from this injury to know if he's going to give us what we saw him do the previous season.
No, I understand that, but it's set against Carl. There's a deadline here. We get 3 weeks from today is the trade deadline.
And you're talking about getting more pitching.
Yes, and I'm talking about specifically getting a left-handed reliever. I don't believe, I'm going to guess here, that there is some, I was just telling Turtle in the break, I said, I wonder if the Braves trust, what their trust level is in A.J. Minter. I'm not talking about the Peck issue, or Kirby Yates. I don't think they have much trust in Colin McHugh right now. So I think they need, first off, without Tyler Matzik, I think they need another left-hander out of the pen.
I agree with that.
And secondly, I think they need another big gun that they can pencil in and go, okay, Iglesias is 9, we have to have an 8, and I'm not sure that they've settled on their 8th-inning guy. Because we all understand that 7, 8, 9 becomes a thing in the postseason, right?
Totally.
Okay, so right now I think they've got a 9. I don't think they have a 7, don't think they have an 8. And I think they'd like to get somebody in here to be an 8, like a Josh Hader, and then you just settle down 7, and you have a competition for the rest of the year between Yates and Minner and I guess McHugh and other people, to be your 7.
I don't know. I think shortening the game is key. That's why I talk about the bullpen all the time with whether you want to do a starter or what you might want to trade for with a reliever. You got to shorten these games. And to your point, if you're telling me we're throwing Josh Hader in the 8th inning, it makes Iglesias' job a lot easier.
No kidding.
So I totally buy into that. I just don't want to, again, jump the gun. I need to see what Fried's going to look like. I need Elder to come back and be consistent as he was in the first half. There are things that we need to figure out before we get to April or August 1st. And by the way, if you don't think AA is working right now, he is. These guys are making phone calls. The problem has been, and John, you know this, nobody's willing to make deals, especially going back to last month, that early. Because they still feel like, okay, I can't let my fan base down, but more importantly, I got to keep our clubhouse intact here. We start trading guys away. Guys know season's done. We get to the end of this month, 2 weeks, as you said, 3 weeks. It's a little different. Like, for example, if you're the Mets, and then we got to get to some headlines. If you're the Mets, how are you not thinking about, I get it, there's 6.5 back in the wild card. How are you not thinking about trading some of these guys?
Well, they are.
And so those phone calls are being made. They're talking.
Yeah, Max Scherzer, yeah.
They got to be.
Well, because they've got to clear out. The Padres and the Mets are in the same business. They're in the Shohei Ohtani business, and that's $50 million a year.
I don't know why, though. You just saw what happened. I mean, the Padres are not winning, and they're paying Tatis and Soto,
and
the Mets are not winning.
Right.
Why would you be in the Shohei business?
Because you think Shohei's the next level guy. That's what you think. You're selling the sizzle.
I'm going to say this, and then we'll get to some headlines. It's John Fricky, Carl Dukes. Fricky's in for Mike today. You want to know why we're winning, how we are? You want to know why we are doing what we're doing? More than one guy. More than one guy. And all the teams you're talking about who are going to be in the Shohei Ohtani business don't understand it's more than one guy. And even with all the talent that they've amassed, I'm talking about the Padres and the Mets, more than one guy. And if you think that Shohei Ohtani at $50 million is going to be the difference maker, you're going about this the wrong way.
I agree. Now, Ohtani and the Braves, that's a different story.
All right, we got to get to some headlines. Turtle is our guy. Of course, Turtle, hope you had a great weekend. We're going to have some fun at 420. We're going to play a game, guys. You want to stick around for it. We'll see how John and I do. It's a fun game, and we're going to switch some things up this week and have some fun. He is behind the glass, our engineer and our executive producer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Speaking of Bryce Elder, let me hear what he was talking about as he wishes he would have closed out the first half a little bit better.
I am. I'd like to end the first half a little better, make the break, be able to really enjoy it. I still will, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
He'll be fine. John, his ERA went from like 2.45 to 2.78. I mean, he'll be fine. Do you think guys were like, hey, I'm ready to be done with this? We got planes to catch, family to worry about. Let's get out of here. I don't know.
Yeah, he just had a bad day. All right, so what? I mean, and I don't think by the time we get to September that Bryce Elder is going to be, if we're counting on Bryce Elder being our number 2 guy going into the playoffs, that might be a little bit of a concern. I think he's more suited to the number 4 role. And here's where Max Fried or Michael, pardon me, or both, are, right there at 2-3. So I'm not worried about Bryce Elder. He's gonna be fine.
I agree. Let's hear from Travis d'Arnaud. We have the best catching duo in Major League Baseball, and d'Arnaud was talking about his relationship with Sean Murphy.
It's really fun. He actually, after I struck out my first at bat, he picked me up and said, I did that the last 2 days too, and something good happened. And fortunately for me, I did exactly what he did and put a good swing on it. So it's special, unique, rare to have 2 solid catchers who love catching winners, I think, more than anything. And something I never had before as well.
How about this guy? I mean, he goes to the bench. He's an all-star in his own right. He has to sit there and watch. When he comes in, he's clutch. He hits every time. He doesn't complain about it. He gives the other guy props. I mean, there are a lot of guys that wouldn't be as All right, here's another big word there, Eckworth. Magnanimous about it, which means kind of accepting, okay? Otherwise, we would have Chadwick Tromp as our backup.
Listen, Sean Murphy deal, steal of the offseason.
Yeah.
Steal. I mean, just went in, just took everything the A's had, and just thank you very much. We'll take this guy.
Yep.
Yeah, he's been amazing. All right, let's hear from Max Fried because John is talking about him being back. He's talking about the depth of this team and the potential of it.
There's a lot of depth here. We have a lot of really talented guys even playing here in Gwinnett. So, it's a testament to the organization and kind of just the players being able to play and perform. It's a fun, great organization to be in. So just, like I said, excited to get back.
Yeah, I need you back, bro. Need you back. ATL Live Well presents headlines. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Atlanta United, they beat Montreal. We're going to talk with Jason Longshore coming up. Hawks trade for Patty Mills. We're going to get into that. And it's total disrespect with our Falcons, and I'm sick of it. All of that is on the way, but Jason Longshore will join us next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92. is ready for some Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up, NFL Blitz on the way. Dukes and Bell, Fricky in for Mike, and we're talking about our Braves. We gotta enjoy the moment. More on that coming up. But last night was very interesting, not only for the national team, but there were some former Atlanta United stars that were playing in it, which we'll talk with Jason about, who joins us on the waitfor.com hotline. Jason, first and foremost, man, what was the difference for us against Montreal? You know, we always talk about teams scoring first and momentum and all of that stuff. What happened with us against Montreal?
I think it was a continuation of what you saw against Philadelphia in the match at home. This is two games back-to-back where Atlanta United's only conceded one shot on target in each of them. And Brad Gazan's been able to kind of chill out a little bit in the back because he only had to make 2 saves in 2 wins, in 2 clean sheets. And that's a credit to everything in front of him. And I think you can point to a third center back, Ronald Hernandez, who's, look, maybe not a traditional center back. He's a fullback playing inside. He can still get forward at times, and I think we've seen that. But that helps make this work. More importantly, it's individuals making plays. And that's been the number one thing that I've talked about for months now, it seems like. Making plays in the defensive third. This team has made plays in the attacking third all year long. They have to make plays in the defensive third, and usually that shows up in those tackles, in those interceptions, in those blocked shots, blocked passes, blocked crosses. And those numbers are all showing when you start to dig into it. So this is a team that is just finding ways to gut results out right now. Philadelphia, they got the first goal early. Montreal, you had to work for it. And that's a team that Montreal has only conceded 2 goals at home in their last 10 in all competitions. 10 games. They've conceded 1 in each of the last 2. That was luckily enough for Atlanta United to get 3 points in Montreal. And now you got to turn around and try to replicate it again on short rest on Wednesday in Foxborough against New England.
Well, Jason, you know that this particular program that I'm filling in for Mike on is it's 5 hours long, which is just slightly longer than stoppage time.
Felt that way, didn't it?
What in the
That
world?
was-
See, I'm sorry, Jason. I'm going to say something you don't have to react to, okay? My first reaction in listening to all that, because I'm going, what? I'm going, is the ref on the take? I mean, what the hell's going on here?
It didn't seem to match up. I thought there would be, look, I was thinking 6, maybe 7, because well, how many times have we seen this in matches with Atlanta United where a team has a lead and they are trying to close it out and slow the game down, and they take forever on goal kicks, and they take forever on throw-ins, and they take forever on free kicks, and they fall down and test the rules of gravity and see if they can float, and then get hurt, and then roll around, and all those things that happen. We see it all the time. It's part of the game. Referees add time back. That's fine. They added a whole lot of additional time in this one. And then on top of the 9 minutes that was shown on the board, they added another 3 to where it was just, how long are they going to let this thing go? How many chances are they going to give Montreal to try to find an equalizer? Luckily, they didn't.
Yeah, and John, I it's a shame you would even insinuate that someone would be on the take like that.
I mean, all I heard was Mike Connie screaming, "Blow the freaking whistle!"
Everyone on our side of the stadium heard that, so don't worry, you weren't the only ones. It was. I'm just disappointed that I didn't yell it this time.
Let's talk about Gonzalo Pineda's decision to switch to a formation that included 3 center backs. How much of a difference did you think that made?
You know, it's funny because we were talking to Gonzalo Pineda today at Atlanta United training, and Brad Gazan spoke as well. And, you know, playing in this way, they've done it plenty of times before. When Gonzalo got here in 2021 and you didn't have time to make drastic, philosophical changes, you had to just try to get results. And second half of 2021, Atlanta United was as good as anybody in Major League Soccer. They played with 3 center backs, and it looked a lot like a 3-4-2-1, a little bit of a box midfield. Sometimes it looked like 2 up top, sometimes it looked like 1. They did that then. Did it last year at times, maybe a little bit more out of necessity because of the injury situation and just player availability. You had to do it. They did it earlier this season, but it was more in specific moments. It was a lot in the build-up phase where Andrew Gutman would tuck inside and he would be a center back along with Barata and Miles Robinson, and they would build up the play that way. They didn't necessarily defend with three center backs, but they attacked in that way with three center backs, started the attacks anyway.
Okay.
So it was not a dramatic change, but I think it's down to the personnel. And I think the two that I keep coming back to are Ronald Hernandez, who I think is one of the best on-ball defenders in this team, and he's shown that since he came into the starting lineup, and Luis Abram. And Luis is a player that we had not seen the best of, and frankly hadn't seen the best of in a little while. If we go back to 2021 at the beginning, when Alan Franco ended up coming to Atlanta United, if you remember, Lautaro Giannetti was going to be signed from Vélez Sarsfield, the club that Thiago Almada came from. He was going to be signed, ended up having the medical, and there was a knee issue. The club opted not to sign him. Luis Abram was his center back partner at Vélez, and he was untouchable at Vélez at that time. You weren't going to get Abram. He was playing at such a good level. He went to La Liga, didn't fit, maybe chose the wrong club, maybe managerial changes, whatever. It didn't work for him there. He was on loan at Cruz Azul last year and was okay, but he's looking now like he did a couple of years ago when he was playing at Vélez Sarsfield in Argentina, where he was seen as one of the best center backs in that league on the South American continent and an untouchable player if you're trying to add a center back. He's playing at that level now, and I think those two guys in that back line are making the difference, Hernandez and Abram.
We're talking with Jason Longshore. Jason, final thing from me here is about how about Miles Robinson? And Gressomania happened last night for the United States. They get super lucky in an own goal in the last stages, and then a crossbar, wood shot, woodwork. How about, and then they're fighting, and how about that game?
Game was all over the place. I think you saw the difference between maybe the first main group with the U.S., who won the Nations League pretty comfortably over Canada, and this group, which is a mix of first and second and maybe third tier guys. The fight was there. It took forever to break Canada down. They finally got the goal and then gave up a bad one. It takes a deflection. Schaffelberg scores, goes to extra time. Canada gets into the lead. Then you get a fortunate one. And then the penalty shootout. You know, Matt Turner in shootouts. This is a guy who didn't play a whole lot in college. This is a guy who was undrafted in Major League Soccer, started in USL, and played his way up to this point to where now he's with one of the biggest clubs in the world in the Premier League, and he's doing things that goalkeepers don't normally do. You don't make two saves in a shootout. If you get one in a shootout from a goalkeeper, they did their job. They went above and beyond. You get two, you're in fantasy land. So for Matt Turner to be able to play at this level in those kinds of moments, it's huge for this U.S. program. And you can look at it, I think, one of two ways when you start to get into these big tournament games. And this is a huge just learning lesson for all the U.S. players who are in this group who are trying to get to 2026. You can win tournaments one of two ways, and hopefully you have both. If you've got that goal scorer who you know can find a way to get you that goal that can decide the game, but typically you're going to need a goalkeeper to stand on their head a couple times in a tournament. You're going to need that. You're going to need them to win a shootout for you. You're going to need them to do something crazy. Matt Turner is showing that he might be one of those kind of goalkeepers that you can ride in a tournament a long way and maybe win one.
Jason, before we let you go, next up, Orlando, and we don't like them. Tell us about what to expect from that club coming up on Saturday.
I wish it was Orlando next up. It's New England on Wednesday first.
Then Orlando.
And then we come back for
That's
Orlando,
right.
who doesn't play on Wednesday. That's the hard thing about this is you go to Montreal and then you go to New England, two of the longest trips in the Eastern Conference. You go back-to-back. You play midweek against New England. And Orlando, your opponent, they were in Salt Lake City, and they looked pretty bad against RSL, losing 4-0 on the weekend. But they don't play on Wednesday. So they're going to get to rest, and then they're going to get to come into the bins where you've got to go to Foxborough and back. It's a tough challenge. I mean, both games are a tough challenge because you had a difficult one in Montreal. You've got to continue with the defensive security for this team. You've got to continue blocking shots, blocking passes, being difficult to break down. And if that means at times the 3 center backs in defense looks like a line of 5 because your wing backs have to sit deep and even a couple of midfielders have to sit deep, if you've got to do that in moments of games because the legs are heavy and you're tired, that's what it will take right now. And before, I would have been more worried about being in that situation. But these last 2 games, I think there's a couple before that too that should give you some more security in this team defensively. And you're going to need the defense to really carry you over a couple of games in short, quick succession.
Great stuff. Correction, Wednesday, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. At New England, pregame is at 7, kicks at 7:30. Saturday, the 15th. I'm already ready for the weekend. Atlanta United taking on Orlando. 7 o'clock pregame, kicks at 7:30. All right, Jason, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, y'all.
All right, Jason Longshore. Follow him on Twitter at Longshoe. Coming up, the New York Times does away with their sports department. I'm going to tell you about that, as well as if Jimmy G is actually posed for success this season. NFL Blitz is on the way.
find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Who's ready to watch our Sia, Murphy, Olsen, Albies, Riley, Elder, Strider? Well, Elder and Strider are not going to pitch. But those are all of our guys. Those are all of our guys at the All-Star game.
I'm happy they're not pitching.
Oh, I am too. Like I said, get them in, get them out. Rob Thompson, don't play with our guys, all right? I don't want to, anybody out there longer than they need to be. And I know he understands the task at hand, but how do you feel? How do you think he feels managing the Phillies and knowing how good we've been in the first half of the season?
If not for us, the Phillies would be okay. I mean, they played actually pretty decent baseball. I would think that, there's still a really good chance they're going to make the playoffs. And a really good chance we might see them again in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I just think it's weird whenever the manager is always, the other division, in your division, and then the other team's guy, and how they manage that situation. Because there's a little resentment there. There just is. It's human nature, But he's got a job to do. Get him in, get him out. That's all I care about. By the way, to your point about Christopher Eubanks, apparently, gentleman just sent me this Tyler B. And Tyler, that's not true. He says, I don't see anybody in 92.9 The Game talking about this. John Fricke was just talking about it. Where you been? Show started at 2 o'clock. He was just talking about it. And I told him it's not on the scale of where the Braves are, but it's a nice story. Christopher Eubanks is the third black American man to reach the quarterfinals of Wimbledon since the start of the Open Era in 1968. Of course, he joins who?
Arthur Ashe.
The great Arthur Ashe.
Malachi Washington?
And he did it in 96.
Right.
Ashe did it 3 times. Arthur Ashe was amazing.
Oh, yeah, he was. He was great.
For those who don't know or didn't watch or don't remember, and sometimes we just don't talk about it enough.
Well, that's why it's Arthur Ashe Stadium in New York at the U.S. Open.
Well, you say that, but you think kids today would know that. Guys are like, who's Arthur Ashe? They don't know.
I know.
But with that said, Tyler B's like, nobody's talking about it. He was just talking about it. And he asked me a question about it. It is a big deal. But again, within the realm of what is going on right now, if the Braves were in 5th place, I'd totally be in a different place with this whole conversation. But I want to watch it unfold. I want to see how he does. You just mentioned to me if he makes the semis.
Right. Yeah.
Come on.
All right. No, that's a different story later this week.
It's a different story.
And this weekend when we get towards the finals, yeah. I'm with
you. I get you. All right. Tyler B., man, appreciate you listening. But, yeah, we are talking about it because John wanted to make sure that those same people weren't saying this kid, unfortunately, putting him in the same boat with Atlanta Sports, that he's going to choke somehow, that he's gotten to this
As
point.
If he could. Well, I mean, he's way over his station at this point.
The story is he got to this point.
Right.
If he loses,
so what?
Who cares? And that's where I've been. That's my whole point. All right. See, Tyler, we're talking about it. 404-726-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We're talking about our Bravos, guys, and we're going to get back into it. And also coming up in 20 minutes, what's next for the Hawks? I'm minding my own business, having fun over the weekend because it's like it's things I like to do. And people are hitting me up. We traded for Patty Mills. What do you think, Dukes? I'm like, well, we need a backup point guard. But I'll be honest with you guys, the way things are going, I don't know if Patty Mills is going to be here. I have no idea. And John just asked me an excellent question. We got to get to it, and we will in 20 minutes. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
This hour brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company. Before we get into some NFL stuff, I just brought this up, and John and I were in studio talking about it. John's in for Mike this week. New York Times is disbanding their sports department. Okay? Now, it's kind of hard to believe that's the number one media market in the country. They've got hockey and 2 baseball teams and 2 football teams, and it's not like they don't have stuff. But they're disbanding their sports department. And I said to John, man, we came up in a great time in the world of sports. We just did. And looking back, you appreciate it even more. And the reason why I say that is because if you guys don't know, The Athletic is handling all of their sports coverage.
Yeah, they bought it.
They bought it, okay? And so this is why they are basically disbanding it, which means there are 35 journalists and a bunch of editors who were in the dark as of this morning when they got the word. And I said to John, the memo they sent out basically talked about they're scaling back their coverage of games, players, teams, and leagues.
That would be sports.
That's sports. John, what are they doing? I don't get it.
ESPN layoffs. New York Times is shutting it down. There's got to be someplace we can go for sports. Oh, maybe right here.
maybe
right here.
It's true. Well, listen, I've said this, and I love all the guys who do, their sports segments on our various news stations. But I've said this, and I've said this for years. Your sports station, us, you probably listen to us more than you watch any other stuff on a daily basis. And that's why what we do is so important. And I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just telling you the way our business has gone. And I know you've done TV. I've done some TV. Growing up and coming up in this business, being an anchor on a local news station was a big deal.
Yep, sure was.
Everybody knew those guys. I don't know if everybody knows those guys now. I just don't.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you're getting 1 shares and 1.5.
Well, you don't get the time, John.
I know you don't get the time.
That's the other thing. I mean,
the other thing about sports, right? You get 90 seconds. It's wraparound.
It's exactly right. So I say all that to say, man, I feel for those people, but it's funny because they said we are more about sports intersecting with money, power, culture, and politics and society.
Okay.
That's what they said.
All right.
I just wanted to put it out there.
It's New York Times.
New York? No, it's the Times. Yeah, it's the Times. Yeah. All right, let's talk some football.
All right, here are your important days. Do we have an open that I stepped on?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
It's already planned.
Here are your important days.
Did you need a drum roll?
No, I just didn't know. I didn't know the stack of stuff if I missed like an open or something.
No, you're good. Right. Let's roll.
Because this show has like more interstitials. Interstitials is a fancy word for a little audio break. Okay, for all
What's
you
up with this vocabulary thing you're doing today?
It's what I always do on the weekend. 9, 16, 24, 47. 9, 16,
Sounds
24.
like my lottery numbers.
All right.
24, 33.
9 days until the first NFL training camp opens, and Aaron Rodgers, tattoo and all, sans the witch, shows up in green, this time with the New York Football Jets. 16 days away from AT&T training camp for your Atlanta Falcons, and the veterans reporting in 16 days.
Can't wait.
Complete coverage wall-to-wall on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 24 days until the Hall of Fame game, where Aaron Rodgers will come in, wave, hand off, and walk to the sidelines against the Cleveland Browns. And 47 days until the much-anticipated showdown, of course, for all of us college football fans between Notre Dame and Navy in Week 0. First game up.
I'm looking forward to that.
I'm just looking forward to college football. That game itself, not so much.
I'm looking forward to that. Isn't it? Where's it at this year? It's overseas.
Dublin.
Yeah, it's in Dublin. That's right. Come on, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. College football is college football. But what's the most important date of those dates?
Well, 16.
Correct.
Was that it? Did I get it right?
You got it right. In my opinion, I'm just saying, all the dates you gave a lot of dates there.
16.
24, 33, 48.
9, 16, 24, 47. 16 is the most important. The Falcons this year, I am pretty juiced. I got my bandwagon. Matter of fact, I went to Ball Ground, bought 2 more flatbeds from an old dude. He's setting those up.
Why is it got to be Ball Ground?
Because that's where they make all the flatbeds at, dude. Up there at Ball Ground.
I thought you were just making fun of Ball Ground.
No! I mean, do you not see the mud flaps that say Ball Ground, Georgia?
Oh, I see them all the time. I just thought you were making fun of Ball Ground.
No, they come on to Ball Ground. So anyway, football ground as we call it now.
We're going to keep a running list of all the cities and towns that Fricky has a problem with.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with
Ball Ground.
Yeah, he's obviously made a list.
It's a cute little town that's got a couple of really nice little restaurants. I like Ball Ground. I drive through there quite often.
Okay.
All right. So no, 16 days away from what I believe is going to be a Kool-Aid drinking experience this year.
Oh, no doubt. I'm totally bought in. I was having a great conversation today with a friend of mine, and we were just talking about how excited we are about what potentially is going to happen. I don't know. I keep trying to tell you guys, first of all, how good Bijan is. Secondly, what this offense is going to be. Third, how good our coach is. Fourth, how improved the defense is going to be. Fifth, you want me to keep going?
No, I was just thinking Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk issued a threat today on Twitter.
What did he say?
He said
24.
This is Mike Florio on Twitter.
38.
No, he said he threatened everybody. He said, my list of the top 10 NFL head coaches is coming soon. It's just a Mike Florio threat. Because I guarantee you...
Our guy's not on it.
Oh,
Our guy's not on.
that guy's not on.
He's not on.
No. But see, I made the point here that when they ran, when they put him at 26th or something, 27th or 29th, I have no idea. I made the point that there are not 5 coaches in the NFL, Carl Dukes, not 5 head coaches in the NFL who could have won 7 games over the last 2 years, played into January and into Christmas in games where you had a shot to win a division title. There aren't 5 coaches that could have taken that team to that number in both years. He's one of those 5 coaches.
You said numbers? 24, 33, 48.
I'm with you. Listen, I saw Arthur Smith do amazing things with a talentless, overall talentless football team. When I ask you where's the talent, and you can only name 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys at max, that was us. That's been us. So I am totally in agreement with you about this when it comes to what Arthur Smith is. Yeah, Florio. So I'm wondering who's number 1. Andy Reid, obviously, probably.
Well, sure, yeah.
Andy Reid. Andy Reid's going to be.
And by the way, Andy Reid's one of the best coaches in the history of the game.
Hands down.
Yeah. So, I mean, sure, of course. He's ahead of Belichick now in a lot of ways. He didn't have as many Super Bowl rings, but he's done it at different places. He's done it with different players. I mean,
does that make him better? Is that what makes him better?
Well, I'm starting to think so. Of course, he's the one who foresaw Pat Mahomes traded up to get him, and everybody went, "What the hell are you doing?" Yeah. And Andy Reid said, "I know what I'm looking at here, and you guys are missing it. But you were right." Because when he traded up for Pat, everybody, "You've got Alex Smith. What are you doing, you numbnut?" And I think what I'm saying is that this guy saw Pat Mahomes being a superstar before anybody else realized what he was going to be, and then he developed him into that by playing to his strengths. So, yeah, no, I think he's a great coach. He'll be number 1. Belichick will be on the list. Would Mike McCarthy? There's no way, right?
Why?
That's what I'm thinking.
No. Not top 10.
Nah.
Tomlin, Shanahan, all those guys are in front.
Is Tomlin still in the top 10?
He's never had a losing season.
Oh, I love it.
I just that's all you have to say.
Is Harbaugh?
Yes. Absolutely.
How about that family? Their dad was a star college coach. John and Jim are star coaches, both pro and in Jim's case, both pro in college. Their brother-in-law is Tom Crean.
I know.
So they had family reunions and they did a lot of coaching talk.
I'm assuming that's a fun place to be, but it's all about numbers, John, when you talk about a family like that. 24, 33. 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Jimmy G posed for success in Vegas. Do you believe it? Last season, among 31 qualified quarterbacks, Garoppolo's red zone QBR ranked 10th. Derek Carr's was 54th, all right? Or was 54, was 21st, actually. Point is, are you really getting a better quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo than what they had? And I don't know. I mean, Carr's career red zone interception tied with Ryan Tannehill, the most in the NFL since Carr entered the league in 2014. We start throwing out all this stuff, John, and I'm going, did they really upgrade at quarterback? That is the question with the Raiders.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, first off, what about his foot? I mean, do you think that Tom Brady is still out of the question? Because I don't.
At what point do you call him, though? Like week 4? Come on.
Maybe next week.
Before camp starts?
Yeah. And see, and this is the whole thing. This is why he hasn't bought the 3 or 4% from Mark Davis, is because he would have to get everybody. When we first started talking about being a minority owner of the Raiders, he would have to get permission from the other 30. Everybody would be 32-0 vote to allow him to play, should he want to play, and he would never get a 32-0 vote because there's no way anybody named Lamar Hunt is going to say, "Sure, I want Tom Brady in my division." No, it would be an absolute no from Kansas City.
It is a no.
From Denver, it would be an absolute no. From the Chargers, it would be absolute no. So the only way he could play is to not have that stake. To the best of my knowledge, he's not bought it yet.
Well, we're going to see. Carr committed the second most red zone turnovers among the 28 QBs with at least 150 passing attempts in the red zone. This is why I'm not totally buying that New Orleans is going to win this division.
Derek Carr's a good quarterback, but then somebody comes in and says, he's never had weapons like an Olave and a Kamara. First off, Alvin Kamara, by the way, if I may digress, another big word for you Ackworth people, just means step over here for a second, is due July 31st, okay? 3 weeks he's due in court, okay, on this whole charge. and we'll see what happens with the judge.
The
then.
NFL's done nothing, though.
I know the NFL's done nothing. What are they waiting for the judge? I don't know. So we'll see what they do with that.
They didn't wait for Deshaun.
They didn't wait for Ezekiel Elliott. They didn't wait for anybody.
Nobody.
Yeah, except for Alvin Kamara for some reason. Anyway, when he was in Las Vegas, did Derek Carr have some weapons? Did he have Devontae Adams?
Of course he did.
Did he have a tight end named Waller?
Yes, he did.
Did he have a running back named Jacobs?
Led the league in rushing.
Oh, okay.
It's all about numbers.
How
24.
many games did they win?
33. 48. NFL Blitz is brought to you by Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. He had enough to win there, and they were 6-11. That's just not going to get it done. All right, when we come back, Fricky said to me something you have to hear next about our Atlanta Hawks. It's on the way on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling? On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Coming up, yeah, man, no, man. We're going to have some fun with Turtle. Some Braves trivia coming up a little bit later on. What time are we doing that? 4:20? 4:20. Yeah, man, no, man, in about 20 minutes. And then at 4:20, we'll have some Braves trivia. Stick around for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Also, total disrespect. It is. There's just no other way to say it. And I'll be honest, man, I'm just like, what do we have to do to just get a little bit of respect around here? We're going to talk about this, John, coming up. But we need to get into what happened over the weekend with the Hawks. Now, this deal to trade away whoever they traded away. What was his name?
Alpha Gamma.
Yeah.
Beta, that did.
Yeah, Ty. Yeah.
Guzman, I don't know, whatever his name was. Garuba.
But we got Patty Mills. And Patty Mills has been like traded.
3 times in 10 days.
So is he going to be here as the remaining
could be.
backup point guard? That's the only thing. I don't mind. He can still score.
Right.
All right.
He's a veteran.
He's a veteran. He knows what he's doing.
I mean, he can help with Bufkin. He can help with I don't have a problem with Patty Mills being on the team, but essentially you have now at the moment traded John Collins for Patty Mills.
Correct.
Okay. I don't understand. Well, all right, 2 things. Number one,
with a lot less salary.
Okay, you saved in this deal here to get Patty on the team at the moment. You saved $4.5 million. That's the more important thing, because you could tack that to the 24 that you saved right now. So you're pushing about $30 million that you got to play with.
Okay, where are we going?
I think that's what I think. I think we're making another deal.
Where are we going?
Rudy?
Rudy?
I have no idea. I don't know. I've said it's really a great thing that the wrestlers and Landry and Kyle and Coach Snyder, that they keep such a tight shop. We have no indication. The reporters don't know. The play-by-play guys don't know. I mean, we don't know anything about what's going on in there. They keep such a but since they do keep such a tight ship, all we could do is sit here and sheer speculate. And so, I mean, that's why the Siakam thing comes. Well, where did the Siakam thing come from? It came from the fact that the Hawks front office doesn't say anything. And so fans naturally start to gravitate towards certain rumors, and that's what Twitter happens. And the Zion isn't happy in New Orleans, and hey, Quinn Snyder's got a thing with Rudy Gobert that it goes way back, before he was touching microphones and getting everybody sick, and all that kind of stuff.
He didn't know, John.
I know.
He didn't know, because I remember that press conference like it was yesterday.
This touch all over.
Yeah, when he did that, and everybody's like, ha, 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 and it was like, everybody go home. What?
Yeah. Have a fun time. Anyway, so I think they're going to make another move. I just don't know what the move is. But what bothers me to no end, and it just is starting to drive me mad. I mean, you extend, because let's be clear here, they didn't go out and sign DeJounte Murray out of free agency. They just extended his deal, okay? He was already on the team. This is nothing changes for this year, except for the fact that Quinn Snyder gets to have both of them. Now, both have said they're really excited about playing with each other, and that's wonderful. That's great. Does that get us to 50 wins? No, I don't think so. So I don't understand why this city and this organization, Tony Russell is going to have to at some time step up, and I know he will. I'm putting a lot of faith. Wait a minute.
You know he will?
I know he will. I'm going to say Tony Wrestler, Nick Wrestler, Jamie Gertz, anybody in the front office there listening to 92 on the game today. All right, go ahead and put your Chewbacca mask on here.
Let me help you with that. Because you know he will?
Yes, I do.
Whatever. I don't know that.
I know he's going to. Because he has to. Because he has said on the record when he came here, when he rebuilt the stadium and rebuilt the culture and rebuilt everything around, that my goal is to win championships, and he's a smart guy, he's a billionaire, he's smarter than me. He knows he's going to have to go out and make that move. And he'll go and make the move when the move is available to him. The only problem is that move might not be right now. It might not be for another year. And how do we sit around and accept the fact that a Giannis or a KD or a Cat isn't available for another year?
Okay. You've got way more confidence in this whole situation.
I do.
Than me. And I don't know where that's coming from. Now, we just did 2 cost-cutting measures that did not necessarily make us better. Although we have this chunk of money, all right? Just imagine, Hawks fans, we got, to John's point, an extra 4 with the 25. Let's just go put $30 million in the bank. Right now, somebody deposited in the Hawks account $30 million. And you want me to believe that the owner, okay, at some point is going to say, absolutely, this is where we're going. We're going to do this. What makes you feel that way when he hasn't done it already?
Because he just signed DeJounte Murray to a 4-year deal. Because Quinn Snyder is setting it up.
It's a very affordable deal. Let's not fool ourselves.
I'm not saying that.
This is a very affordable deal. They did not go above and beyond to get DeJounte back.
Okay, I'm taking the man at his word, okay? When he says he wants to bring – his goal was multiple championships with the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, he said it.
I know. So I'm taking him at his word. So I don't blame him for not spending money right now unless you wanted to buy, rent somebody for a year. You could do that. But, I mean, if your goal here –
Okay, wait, John, what are we waiting on?
Because
this is just stuff that had to be said.
What are we
waiting
on?
I think you're waiting on Giannis.
What?
That's what I think you are.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me put my mask.
I think you're waiting on something like that.
I'm going to start using this for you when you say stuff like that. What?
I think you're waiting for the superstar. Not him. I'm just saying we're waiting for the superstar to drop.
Giannis.
Well, Milwaukee doesn't want to pay him the $52 million a year that he's going to be due here next year after, rather. $52 million player option, right?
Don, come on.
I'm just saying a guy of that nature, of that ilk.
No. You said Giannis.
I know.
Don't tease me. You're teasing me. When you said Giannis, I want Giannis if you want Giannis.
We need to swim in a superstar water.
Okay, now this gets us to the question that you asked me. Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike. Why are we not doing that?
Because
this is why I don't have the confidence you do when somebody just deposited $30 million into the bank account and says, we've got money to spend, yet we're going to hold out. For what?
For the superstar that I think they know something over there. I really believe that they know something that we don't.
Oh, they know something. That they know when they get the deposit slip what it looks like. That's what they know. They know it says $30 million. That's all they know right now.
And I also know that they don't think that maybe that guy's available now. Who? But I don't know who. They locked down shop. Nobody knows.
All right, let me ask you this about this trade. This comes from forever_money_grateful_money_. That's his Twitter handle. I'm not making that up.
All right, man, that's tough.
He said, Dukes, how do you feel about this trade? Hawks get Siakam. Raptors get Jalen Johnson, DeAndre Hunter, a 2024 first-round pick via Sacramento, and they get Okongwu.
Well, that's probably what they would ask for.
Too much. That's too much. Siakam's a really good player. I'm not giving up all of that. Especially the first-round pick I'm not worried about. Okongwu and a blossoming Jalen Johnson and a re-energized, I don't know if he will be, DeAndre Hunter. That's what everybody's telling me. Mike keeps telling me Hunter's going to be better under Coach Quinn.
Oh, is it? He is. We know that for a fact.
Yeah, well, that's what Mike says.
Oh, okay.
Mike, am I lying, Turtle? Mike keeps saying this.
He ain't lying.
He keeps saying he will be better under Quinn because they're going to stay the course. And I'm like,
okay.
Hands together under my chin. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Yeah, sure. No.
John, that's too much for Siakam.
Well, of course it is. But, we
might as well throw Trey in there.
But you started, here's the other reason I think that the big move is coming. Because they're fully aware that if they don't do something, it is today, July 10th, 2023. 2 years from now, we're going to get to Trey Dame territory, where Trey's going to go, you know what, I think I'm done.
I hope not. I'm sorry. Anthony just hit us up, and he says, Dukes, I'm sorry you're having to go through this right now about Giannis.
No, I'm saying it's a superstar. They're holding out for the superstar.
I hope so. I'm so conflicted right now. I want to believe what you believe. I know we've got money in the bank, okay? I'm just using that as an example, but that's how you have to think about it. And that money is to be used for a future transaction.
Yes.
Okay? And I want to feel like you do. Nothing's giving me confidence to believe that that's what's going to happen. We have made 2 moves, well, 3 if you want to talk about transactions, that have ultimately saved us money. 3 moves not to gain a better player or a more complete roster.
Sure, but the only thing between you and Anthony and I, this is the only place we differ here.
Okay.
Is I take the man at his word. And all of you
You're
are
talking
like,
about Tony Wrestler?
Yes.
Okay.
And all of you are saying, and rightfully so, he hasn't shown me anything right now yet. He made a coaching change to get Quinn Snyder. He made a front office change to put Landry Fields and Kyle Korver in there, one of the better director of basketball ops and a young, aspiring, upcoming general manager. I think he's done a lot. I mean, he gave his son the title of, like, special assistant to the Duke of Rolla, governor of, I don't know.
To the emperor.
Yeah, right, exactly. But the point of this is I think they have the right personnel in place in the front office. I think they have the right personnel. I think they have the right owner. I think they have the right mindset, the right culture. I think they have two of the right players in their backcourt if Coach Snyder can get them to kind of coexist or figure out some kind of a newfangled thing that really makes them kind of gel together. And that's it.
All right. Well, I'm going to say this, and I know we're up against it. We got Yeah Man, No Man coming up. Why do you believe in the Braves so much?
Because Alex Anthopoulos.
You just said it. Now, why do you believe in Alex Anthopoulos so much?
Because he's the best executive in a team sport in probably the world.
John, he's pulled the trigger on multiple deals that have made your team better and shown you not once, not twice,
right? No,
not 3 times, not 4 times,
10 times.
Through deals that have been made, he's given you confidence, Braves fans, to believe what? We're going to be okay.
Yeah, we are going to be okay. If winning a World Series is okay.
I don't feel the same way about the Hawks right now. How could you?
Because I take the owner at his word that he will go into that second apron. He will go into the luxury tax. He just has to have the right opportunity and the right start.
By the way, Damon says, man, you guys are right. We're not giving up all that for Siakam.
No.
Vern says, Dukes, who do you want them to spend it on? Go get me Karl Anthony Towns and let's go to work.
Okay.
Go get me Karl Anthony Towns and let's go to work. Right. Trey, DJ.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to go spin,
yes.
Let's go spin.
Right.
All right, John. Coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, the allegations are damning. I don't know what to believe, but we're going to talk about it. Also, Braves trivia coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. John and I were just talking about the Hawks before we get to Yeah Man, No Man. Real quick, Black Man There is his Twitter handle. We call him Coach. He comes out to a lot of our events. He's a good dude. But he says, fellas, this is what I'm hearing. And then he sends this post to me. And he says, Hawks, this is a trade scenario. Hawks will get Siakam and JaVale McGee. 3 teams. Mavericks would get Clint Capella. Okay. By the way, none of this is happening. This is all hearsay, guys. We're just talking about what we're going to do with this money that John was saying we've got now. So, Hawks get Siakam, JaVale McGee. Mavericks get Clint Capella. Raptors get DeAndre Hunter and Sadiq Bey and a first-round pick. You like that?
No, not really.
Me neither. I mean, the Siakam thing, again, that's an upgrade from JC. I understand that. JaVale McGee to take Clint's place, but you're giving up on Sadiq Bey. I think Sadiq Bey is going to be a big part of our bench, and he's going to continue to grow. This is the problem with these trades, John.
Mm-hmm.
You're going back and forth on what makes sense and what you want to give up on, and then you say, well, we'll just find another Sadiq Bey at the trade deadline. Okay, well, I think he has a lot of growth in his game.
And I got this. John, what are you talking about? We already have another superstar. His name is Kobe. Okay. That's what I got.
Wow. Kobe Buffkin?
That's what he said.
Okay. Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
Turtle, what's going on? How was your weekend, man?
It was good, but Fricky's bringing out the crazies today from the Atlanta fan base off that last tweet especially.
Well, listen.
It is 25 days in a row. I'm getting a little punch drunk here.
That may be it. that may be it.
Feeling a little loose in that seat today. I like it.
What's going on, man? What you got for us?
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but we have a famous friend.
We do?
Yeah.
Who?
And his name is Willie P.
Okay.
And he calls the Charlotte games for their soccer club.
Yeah.
And this weekend, he had himself a goal call where in the middle of it, he got possessed by one of our most beloved famous cartoon characters of all time. And that clip has since gone viral and garnered 8 million views online. Take a listen.
Vargas in the area, still with it on the right side, stepping over, setting it back for Lindsay. Lindsay sends it back into the area for Swiderski. One touch, he scores! Another one for Swiderski! And that one was more impressive than the first!
Willie P, what was that?
Willie Helium.
8 million views.
Well, why did he stay? Like, why did his voice stay there?
It went there, and then it crescendoed, and then it stayed there.
I don't get that. I mean, our voice will all crack, occasionally, but yeah, it just stayed there.
It did. I don't know how that happens. I mean, honestly, I get the excitement and
and then it's
comes
stayed
back.
there.
Yeah, I don't
Out
know.
of the area for Swiderski. One touch, he scores! Another one for Swiderski! And that one was more impressive than the first!
I'm so happy my voice is back because I wouldn't laugh this hard.
No, I love Willie
a week
P.
ago.
I love Willie P. But I mean, that's a weird place to get to.
So he is now being referred to as the Mickey Mouse announcer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that will stay with him for the rest of his life.
Hey, listen. Now I'm wondering.
MICKEYMOUSE.
I wonder if he is going to purposely now do this in his next goal call because now it's almost like you got to do it.
You got to do it. Just own it.
Yeah.
Own it.
And that one was more impressive than the first!
That was more impressive than the first. That's great. I mean, what else is he going to get $8 million for?
Oh, that's great.
He's got to do it now.
I'm so glad you played this. I had no idea.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, let me text him.
All right. Meanwhile, on our home turf, well, it was actually in Montreal. Fricky alluded to this earlier in the interview with Jason Longshore. There was a lot. And when I mean a lot, I'm talking 15 minutes of stoppage time added.
And it went on and on and on and on.
And so much so that our very own Mike Conti, well, frankly, in this short and sweet clip, he had enough.
Where is the freaking whistle?
Bravo, Mike. We all wanted to
So
say
he
it.
was speaking for all United fans right there.
You're seeing 90 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12. This is why I said, I am not saying nothing about no ref being on a take or nothing, but I'm just saying that, at some point it's like, what?
Goodness. That. Stop. I'm going to lose my voice again.
I just want the next Yakamaka goal to be better than the first.
I'm going to lose my voice again. This is unbelievable. Conti, wow. What? Can I hear Conti again?
Where is the freaking whistle?
Yeah.
That's great. It is.
It's great.
Oh, man.
Because he spoke for every fan who was screaming at the television, or can afford the season pass from TV, about this, and hey, listen, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
No,
Man
I mean,
wrong.
that game should have been over 5-6 minutes earlier.
Right.
And they just kept going.
It's so damn funny.
And that one was more impressive.
That's
hilarious.
hilarious.
My goodness. Great stuff over the weekend, man.
All right, one more for you guys. We have reached a conclusion in more ways than one from the most dramatic story of the last week. Victor Wembanyama spoke on the alleged incident with Britney Spears.
Ooh.
And also, side note, by the way, it just came down about 20 minutes ago. He's done. He's being shut down for the rest of summer.
Well,
league.
of course he is. Listen, I said this over the weekend on the national show. I'm not playing any of these guys. Okay? Scoot got hurt.
Right.
All right? I mean, Imagn got hurt for the Houston Rockets.
He's out weeks.
Correct. And I said, why do you play these guys? Now, Summer League, it's Summer League. And I get it, everybody wanted to see Victor Wembanyama, but there's no way I'm risking him. So he had a good game last night, and now he's done.
He's done.
Okay.
He had one awful game, one good game, and then they said, we've seen enough. But this was his explanation about what happened with Miss Spears.
There was something did happen a little bit when I was working with some security of the team to some restaurant. We were in a hall. There was a lot of people, so people calling me obviously. And there was one person who was calling me, but we talked before with the security, don't stop because it's gonna make a crowd. So I couldn't stop. So that person was calling me, sir, and that person grabbed me from behind. So I didn't see what happened because I was walking straight and we told don't stop. But that person grabbed me from behind, not on my shoulder. She grabbed me from behind, and so I just know that the security pushed her away. I don't know with how much force though, but security pushed her away, and I didn't stop to look, so I kept walking and enjoyed a nice dinner. That was fun, like really guys. So actually I didn't know for a couple hours, and when I came back to the hotel, I had forgotten about this event, but I didn't forget about this, but I thought it was no big deal. And the security of this person was a big experience. So I was like, no, you're joking, right?
Yeah, I heard some audio from this event, and apparently Victor at some point turned around and said, "Woman, don't touch me." I don't know if it's true, but listen, the funniest part about this whole thing is he went to dinner and didn't even think about this thing with Britney Spears. He went to dinner, had dinner, and then got back to his hotel room, and it had become a big deal. He's a good kid, man. Complete accident, and I'm joking about that woman, don't touch me. Here's the point, though. Brittany had the audacity to complain about I've never been hit in my entire life. And
no, she filed charges.
And I hung out with NSYNC, and they were big, and nobody's ever hit me. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't run up on people like
No,
this.
of course not. I mean,
You just
don't. And Victor, I think she's more embarrassed about the fact that Victor had no idea who she was.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, she got hit in the nose, but then she got hit in the pride, too.
Woman, don't touch me.
I mean, you were somebody 25 years ago when you were young and cute.
Well, listen, Brittany still has star power. Is her?
By the way, wasn't she a Musketeer?
Oh, you might be right about that.
Wasn't
she was with Justin Timberlake.
Oh,
Yes.
so now there's the tie between Willie P. and Brittany.
Yeah.
Oh, the stories tie together. See how the She was a Musketeer.
She was. But she still has a brand. It's just one of those things where you go, hey, okay, I get it. But she knows the protocol. There's a protocol, okay? Pick your favorite star.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking megastar. Okay, Victor's not even a megastar yet.
No, not yet.
People in the NBA world and basketball world know him, but he's not an international sensation where he can't go anywhere. But pick your megastar. I guarantee you, if you run up on him, security's going to grab you.
You're right, exactly.
They're going to grab you.
Okay. As Britain's security would do the same if Wembanyama ran up on her.
That's right.
They would have said, "Who's this big tall dude? Get away!
Get away!"
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's the way it works. Now, if she hunts down somebody else, then she could say, I guess she could say, "Oops, I did it again."
Okay, you know what? Now you've gone too far. Chris, get us out of here.
Well, I will say on a closing note here that I got to go. So it is time for me to.
Where is the freaking whistle?
Love it. Happy Monday. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Freaky in for Mike. We're coming back. Listen, these details of the allegations of what happened, they're not fun. And I don't know if it happened, but if anything close to this happened, he's got to go. We'll tell you about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio.
You know, I don't like getting people run. I don't try to get anybody fired unless they deserve it. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike today. We're going to get back into our Braves.
Well, God, I thought
What?
you were talking about. You were looking at me when you said that.
Oh,
and
no, never. I just, we used to do this thing on the show where, like, I'd start talking about somebody and then they'd drop the Undertaker music and the next thing you know, the guy'd be out of town. And I'm like, wait a minute. I don't run people out of town purposely. If they deserve it, Mariota, then I do what I, do to help accommodate them. We've got to get into this Northwestern story, which we certainly will, because apparently they're reconsidering their head coach, Pat Fitzgerald, and the penalty, which is basically a 2-week suspension for him, amid this hazing incident alleged that happened. And we've talked a lot about Georgia football, and I just want to say this before we get into this Northwestern thing, because I'm going to talk about some of the details, and some of this is graphic, okay? I'll let you know if you got kids in the car. But it's part of the story, and it's not to the point where I think it might shock you, it might not. But we've talked a lot, John, about Georgia, and we've said this, and I've been saying I don't think this is a lack of institutional control with Kirby. I think Kirby's talked to his kids. I think they've said and done all the teaching and all the stuff that you try to do. But these speeding incidents continue to happen, and you continue to hear about, kids getting, whether they're misdemeanors or not. Luckily, no one else has been killed because of this stuff and the kids speeding. But the fact of the matter is, people have asked the question, are they doing enough? And I'm talking about from an institutional standpoint. And over the weekend, this Northwestern story comes out about hazing, and immediately Pat Fitzgerald is suspended for 2 weeks. No ifs, ands, or buts, like, hey, doesn't matter. And it just made me wonder, like, okay, we've not called for that with Kirby Smart. I don't think anybody in their right mind would say, it's Kirby's fault per se. But somebody has to be held responsible as these incidents continue to happen. And with Pat Fitzgerald, whether this happened or not, or what to the degree it happened, they've immediately suspended him for 2 weeks.
All right, which side of the story you want me to take? Georgia? I mean, because you made 2 points here.
Well, the 2 points are...
All right, so in Georgia, in the case of Georgia, to me, if what happened to Whitlock, what happened to the, 2 people died.
Correct.
Okay, if that doesn't scare you straight.
Well, it hasn't.
Okay, so then the next step is Kirby's going to have to start suspending players for, 3 games.
He hasn't.
I know, he's going to have to, even if it means you lose a game because you've got 7 guys that are suspended for 3 games. Not 1 game, not 2 games, 3-game suspension.
Because it's substantial.
Yeah.
I agree with you. 1 game is not enough. But I say he hasn't, to our knowledge. Maybe behind the scenes he has done this. But again, this is where the transparency thing comes into play. And you say, well, Kirby let us know. What if Kirby came out and said, all these guys who have been, who have gotten tickets and excessive speeding and reckless driving, they have been suspended? This would be a non-story.
Right.
Non-story.
Correct.
But he's reluctant to do that because, again, he wants this to be a teachable moment, and I respect that. This is the part.
But that's how you teach.
But this is the part that I love about
the teachable
Kirby.
Part.
Yeah, it is, but he's also not running kids from his program, understanding that these are young men who make mistakes, but you've got to learn from it. My issue is somebody ultimately has to pay the price to learn from it. Nobody has done it. You can teach and talk all you want, but until there's discipline behind that, John, it just doesn't matter.
This Northwestern story, I mean, it doesn't help. Pat Fitzgerald was considered by many pundits, and even me included, 5, 6, 7 years ago, to be one of the hot, young, best head coaches in all of college football. At that point, there were a lot of bigger-name schools, not that Northwestern isn't in the Big Ten, who would like to have had him. Last year, he went 1-11.
Yeah.
1-11. And now he's got this. As you go through this...
So you're saying if he was winning, this wouldn't be...
No. I'm just saying that I don't think that if he were 11-1, it wouldn't change what I'm about to say.
Okay.
And what I'm about to say is, suspended. How did you not automatically fire him? Wait, how did you not automatically fire him?
Well, you've got to do a proper investigation. So in case he wants to come back and get his money, he can do. You don't allow that to happen.
All right. That's why you suspended him pending the event.
Correct.
What you do is you remove him from his responsibilities, suspend him without pay for 2 weeks. How about just you do? I don't know. I mean, maybe there's rules on this. How does he? There's no way he can continue to coach if you believe these allegations are true, right?
If they are true, let's talk some college football, Turtle.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
And I hope you guys are hearing me. I'm not comparing this to that. What I'm telling you is all these incidents are independent of each other, right? They're not the same, and I'm not saying what happened at Northwestern is worse than what happened at Georgia. All I'm saying is all summer long, this is all we've talked about with Georgia. It's continued, right? Speeding ticket after speeding ticket, reckless driving, etc. No suspensions. Nothing for Kirby.
I mean, you have ESPN doing an hour outside the lines on your program about this.
Okay. And immediately Northwestern. So if you're wondering and you're going, guys, what the hell is the story? What's going on? So they suspended Pat Fitzgerald after new details emerged. This was over the weekend that he allowed hazing in the football program. Okay. Pat Fitzgerald is saying he didn't know any of this. I've always been under the assumption of my experience of being in it, being around it. Coaches know everything that's going on. Everything.
Not knowing is not an excuse.
But even if that's the case, somebody in his coaching staff knew, right? These programs, these guys you're too tied to recruits and guys once they get there. And I'm just telling you, when guys get there, I've said this before. Coaches know who likes weed, whose girlfriend's mad at him, what they like to do in their spare time, who drinks a little bit more than they should. I'm telling you. And when I hear coaches say, I didn't know, you may not have known, but one of your people knew. And I'm sure at some point they came back to you and said, Coach, the kids are hazing. They're going maybe a little bit above and beyond, but I just want you to know. Somebody said something to Pat Fitzgerald. You do not run these multi-billion-dollar companies, John, and not have some know. Now, do you have plausible deniability? Yeah, but somebody knew.
You want to get into this so we can debate this as to whether or not, how does he keep his job?
All right, so more information came out. Former player basically alleges a detailed report Saturday, the Daily Northwestern, ESPN has it as well, various outlets, basically that this young man was being hazed. Now, here's the parts, okay, that if a player was selected for running, okay, this is going on within the program. The player who spoke to the Daily, which is the publication that got the story, they said would be restrained by a group of 8 to 10 upperclassmen dressed in various Purge-like masks, if you know the movie The Purge, who would then begin dry humping the victim in a dark locker room. It goes on to talk about a shocking experience as a freshman to see your fellow freshman teammates get run, but then to see everybody bystanding in the locker room, the player said. It's just really abrasive and a barbaric culture that has permeated throughout the program for years now. So apparently this has been going on.
For years now.
This has been going on. And back to Pat Fitzgerald, the head coach, he gets suspended because more information comes out about this. But here's the thing we don't know. What else was happening with this hazing? What else were they doing? This is more information on the story that's already out there. So it's a little bit alarming if this stuff is happening, but what do you do?
All right, to your point, well, he's got to be fired, and he can never coach again. I'm presuming that when they said the barbaric culture that has permeated throughout the program for years. So they've known for years that this has been going on, and things of this nature have been going on. That's just not acceptable in any way. If they've known for years, then it's not just Pat Fitzgerald, it goes above him. There's some people that are going to have to pay a piper here because there are lawsuits coming, okay? There are lawsuits coming in this. You know that as well as I do.
Absolutely. No doubt. If all of this is true, and this is why you suspend him for 2 weeks, you're not in season, and you wait to do the proper investigation. And if the investigation reveals that all of this stuff is true, and you got kids coming out of the woodwork going, yeah, I was there 4 years ago, and this is what was going on, then you got a problem. And now you've got to do what's right.
All right, so here's to your point about college coaches knowing everything. You and I both worked alongside colleges and did play-by-play and know these programs. There was nothing that, the coaches that I worked with didn't know. I mean, Steve Fisher in basketball or the Mac McCarthy or, any of the coaches that I worked alongside, Buddy Nix, any of them, all down the line, Bill Dooley, you name the coach, Dave Odom, all the coaches that I worked with, they all knew what was going on. When I was a young man, really young man, and I was still in college, I'm in a dorm room, and you know what an RA is or an SA?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I was the the RA, the SA, whichever you prefer, for the freshman football floor at the University of Nebraska.
Good luck with that.
Okay. No, I had a great time. Made a lot of great friends.
Yeah, because you let them do what they wanted.
Well, pretty much, as long as they kept the door shut.
Of course.
That's what I told them.
Yes, because that's what RAs do.
Right, exactly. And so, but I get to this freshman football dorm, and it's like my second day, and there's a knock on my dorm room. And I open up the door, Tom Osborne and like 4 other bigwigs, and they said, "Can we come in?" And it's like, "Coach Osborne, sure." And he sits down and he says to me, "If any of these guys get in any trouble whatsoever, here is my phone number. Here's this guy's phone number. Here's this guy's phone number. You call us. You do not you do not report it downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
You do not call the campus police. You don't call the Lincoln police. You call us." And I went, "Yes, sir." Because that's what you were supposed to do, right? That's why you did it. And sure enough, a couple of days later, a bunch of guys pried open the 9th floor elevator shaft and threw all the furniture down there.
Just because.
Just because.
Just because.
There goes the couch. There go the end tables.
It's
down the elevator shaft.
The stories are endless, and that is why I've always been under the assumption. Okay, I'm not going to tell you that absolutely they know, but I've been close to it. I know. I've got.
You've been there. I know,
and I've got too many coaching friends.
Right.
That's the other part of this.
There's no way he didn't know that.
No, off the record, I cannot tell you how many times guys are going, "Coach, what about that kid?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, well, and you find out.
Right.
I don't know what's going to happen with Pat Fitzgerald.
This is the Urban Meyer thing. Are we going to find out when Urban Meyer was at Florida that he actually kind of knew what Aaron Hernandez was about?
Oh, of course he is.
Yeah.
Of course we are.
Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
But again, can he play?
Right.
Is he good?
Is he good?
Well, we'll keep moving.
You got time for another coaching story? Did you see Bob Huggins?
Is he out of his mind?
I didn't quit. What are you talking about, quit? I didn't quit.
He's demanding that he be reinstated. And he's been fired.
Right, the DUI and the controversial comments and everything else. I didn't quit. I didn't quit none. What are you talking about? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is crazy. All right, coming up, we've got some trivia. We're going to have some fun. Turtle's got some stuff for us. By the way, this hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. I told you when we started this segment, I now advocate for people to be fired. But if they've done something that they should not have done, I'll kind of help them out the door. We're coming back at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Are you ready to have some fun? Happy Monday. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike. Coming up, we've got some guy talk, some fun stuff, including a Jamie Foxx sighting. We'll talk
really?
about it.
Out of the hospital and all that kind of stuff?
We're going to talk about it coming up. Turtle, what do you got for us, man? Let's do this.
All right, so this is how this is going to work this week.
Okay.
Each day, we are going to play a different game with a different set of rules. A little preview for the week so far. Today, we have some Braves trivia. Tomorrow, we will have Who Am I? Atlanta Athlete Edition. And then on Wednesday, Name That Sports Movie. Here's how today is going to work.
All right.
Carl and John, I will give you a question. Only one of you will be up at a time. You will have 30 seconds to answer the question. If you do not get it correct, the other person has a chance to steal. There are 7 questions on the board, so there can only be one winner. There will be no ties. And then
only be one.
At the end of the week, we will see
right.
who is the true Atlanta sports
wait.
champion.
7 questions is not an even number of chances.
Here he goes.
Yeah, but
but
we're gonna get it's gonna work itself out, John. Trust me. I have a method to my madness.
Okay.
You gotta trust here.
All right, we trust you. Let's do it.
Okay, Carl, you're
Yes.
first up.
Yes.
In what city were the Braves founded?
Milwaukee.
Is that your final answer?
Why am I having St. Louis in my head?
You are down to 15 seconds.
Quiet, Turtle. They moved here from Milwaukee.
That's correct.
10.
Milwaukee.
That is incorrect. John, would you like to steal?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you want me to just go? I mean, you want me to tell about the Boston Braves? Want me to, okay.
Yeah, that is the answer. Correct.
St.
John
Louis.
with the steal and the
St. Louis
answer.
Hawks. St. Louis Hawks.
That's right. St. Louis Hawks. That's what I got screwed up. Good job.
Okay, John, here's question number 2. How many times did the Atlanta Braves win the National League West from 1995 to 2005?
Well, when did they move to the East? Is that in 2005?
How much time does he have?
I'm just spitballing here. I'll say
10 seconds.
3.
Is that your final answer? Okay.
From what year?
From 19. Here's the question again, Carl. I'll rephrase it to you since John got it wrong. How many times did the Atlanta Braves win the National League West
I just realized what
from
I did wrong.
1995
I just overthought
to
it.
2005? You now have 25 seconds.
All right.
I know the answer.
Well,
Damn it.
so it was 14 division titles. And they moved. You're asking specifically about the West. So that's they won it every year. From 95, 96, 97, 98.
I need a number.
6.
Is that your final answer?
95, 96, 97, 98.
I'll read. You have
7.
5 seconds. 4, 3,
7.
2, and that is incorrect.
How many times?
Nobody gets a point here. The answer 11 times
they won it
every year
They won it every
from
year.
1995 to
I was thinking-
2005.
They changed divisions
Well-
because it was 14 total.
Well, see, that's why I got thrown on the question because
yep.
I was going, when did they go to the NL East? Was it during that time period? And I thought, well, maybe 99 they went to the NL East. They won it every year with all those East titles. And I said, maybe just 3 were West titles and the rest were East titles. Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
Right, anyway.
No. 14's a number, but West titles was the key phrase.
Now you happy I have 7 questions, John?
No.
Didn't think so. Okay, now back to Carl.
Yes.
Who was the only Braves player to have played for the organization in all 3 cities it has called home?
Henry Aaron.
Is that your final answer? You still have 15 seconds.
He didn't play in Boston. No. Oh, he didn't play in Boston.
10.
Not sure. Not
Sure,
sure
you
about
got
that
5, 4.
Yeah, it's not
3,
Aaron. It's not Aaron.
2, and 1. All right, John. Who is the only Braves player to have played for the organization in all 3 of the cities it has called home?
Why are you batting your eyes like that?
Well, because I've got 2 answers, and I'm trying to pick I'm trying to decide which one.
I saw you batting your eyes like that.
I'm just going. I can't. So I'm going to go 50-50 and split it here. I'll say Warren Spahn.
Is that your final answer?
It's Eddie Matthews, isn't it?
Is that your final answer?
God dang it! He's killing me.
It is incorrect. Eddie Matthews is the correct answer.
Yeah. And Aaron, he didn't play in Boston. So. Yep.
Okay, so to recap, 3 questions in. John Fricke is up 1-0 as we move along here.
All right.
John, your question. Which Braves pitcher hit 2 grand slams in one game?
Woo!
Is that an Atlanta Brave?
Could be at any point in the franchise's history.
Why
you keep taking your glasses off?
Because it makes me think better. So I can rub my eyes.
You go through this routine. You take your glasses off, you bat your eyes, and then you rub your eyes. What is going on?
15 seconds.
I know how I can see the clock.
He's getting a little feisty with the host here. We may have to deduct a point.
Juan Capistrano. I don't know.
Final answer.
Yeah.
That is incorrect. Carl, which Braves pitcher hit 2 grand slams in one game? 25 seconds.
And immediately I'm thinking about the best hitting pitchers. And none of them I can think of hit. This is going to be one of those obscure answers. Watch.
It's a name you'll know.
Yeah, but it's not who we think it is.
No.
Because all of the pitchers who were good hitters, okay, back when the National, before the DH.
You are wasting all of your time explaining this right now.
Sorry.
You got 5 seconds. Take a guess.
Oh, man.
3.
I'm going to say it's a pitcher of the 90s. Go.
2.
Give it to me.
Okay. The answer, Tony Cloninger.
Really?
2 grand slams in one game.
I don't even remember that.
That must have been like 66.
Yeah,
was that with the Atlanta Braves?
That's going back.
That must have been like their first year.
Listen, I'm with 2 guys that are 2 of the. I had to come prepared with these questions.
No,
man.
the questions are fine.
I mean,
you're not cheating us. I'm just saying.
You're way deep. You're way deep in. I mean,
well, if every answer was Tom Glavine or Greg Maddux, then what would this be here? I worked hard on these things.
Obviously, you did. By the way, it's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're having some fun with some Braves trivia. All-Star game tomorrow. We're going to get back into the Braves coming up next hour. All right, continue.
All right, John, up next. Who is the youngest player to hit a home run in the World Series?
A Braves player.
No, White Sox.
He's a White Sox?
No, John, this is Braves trivia. Come on. You got 20 seconds.
In a World Series.
A White Sox.
Trying to think back to the Braves World Series.
10.
I'll say Henry Aaron.
Is that your final answer? Incorrect. Carl.
Andrew Jones.
That is correct. We are tied at 1 apiece. Andrew Jones.
Yeah, I thought he was going to pull back in. Yeah, the 1952 Milwaukee Braves.
You guys are in your heads, man. I
Yeah,
got you. I got you in your heads.
I love our listeners. They're chiming in on this on social media. They're like, come on, fellas.
All right, Carl.
Yes.
Who pitched a 10-inning complete game to defeat the Braves in Game 7 of the 1991 World Series?
Oh, my goodness. I know the Braves pitcher. You're talking about the Twins pitcher.
I'm talking about the guy who beat him.
You're talking about the Twins pitcher. Oh, my goodness.
20 seconds.
It's not coming to mind. It's not coming to mind. It's right here. I can see it. I can see him.
That's great, but you got to name him. 5.
I'm looking at this guy's face.
3, 2.
Damn it!
John Fricke, who pitched a 10-inning complete game to defeat the Braves in Game 7 of the 1991 World Series.
Jack Morris.
That is correct. John Fricke takes a 2-1 lead.
Oh, that hurt.
And he's going to win by default because there's only one question left. Well, Carl could steal and tie. All right, here we go. And then we'll have a tiebreaker. Which Braves pitcher won 4 consecutive Cy Young Awards?
Maddox.
That is correct. All right. This one is going to be...
Wait.
What?
You give me, Tony Cloninger He gets Greg Maddux.
Hey, this is how the questions
This
fall.
is how the questions fall. They were not in any specific order. I had 7 questions.
I'm not privy to these questions.
Okay. Ronald, this one is going to be, this is how the bonus round for the win is going to work. Whoever says their name first, name first, gets the guess. Ronald Acuna Jr. is on pace to break the Braves' all-time season steals record. Who currently holds that
Otis
record?
Nixon.
Oh, John got it, but he needed to say his name first, but we'll give it to him.
No, you're right.
John Fricke
right.
wins day 1.
All right.
Tomorrow, day 2, we'll be back. Who am I? Atlanta athletes. The competition rages on.
John takes his glasses off and rubs his eyes. Coming up.
I got Tony Cloninger, and you get, what did Maddux do? I mean, my God.
I like the questions. Turtle, nice job. Good stuff. You got to make us think. We do this. It's a lot of information in our heads, okay? All right, guys, coming up. Stink or swim? We'll explain in Guy Talk next.
and Bell
is the best. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Welcome to Atlanta where the
All right, let's talk about a few things that have been going on. We're going to get into something with Madonna. We're going to talk about Jamie Foxx as well. But I got to ask you, you like the beach. Do you go to the beach?
I like the lake.
Okay, I do too. I like the beach as well, but the lake is fun. The crazy thing is there's a new study out, and I was like blown away by this and kind of disgusted by it as well. Half of the U.S. beaches contain unsafe levels of feces. Half of the tap water contained is contaminated with toxic chemicals. Now, you may say, well, we've known this, but they've been doing all these studies, and the beach thing just is weird to me because when you go to the beach, that's the last thing I'm thinking about is feces on the beach. And here's the deal. Is anything safe anymore? Like, is there anything like everything we do, there's some kind of harm or something that's out there that's going to affect us in one way or another. And I saw this stinker swim. Half the U.S. beaches contain unsafe levels of feces.
Well, first off, there are two things here. Number one, if you're worried about the feces, you can always run into the water. There's nothing there that's going to absolutely eat you or anything like that. But number two, I mean, there's birds. Of course, there's birds everywhere on the beach.
Yes.
Yeah, so and birds poop, right? Okay.
They do.
All right, so, I mean, yeah. All right, is that a shock?
I don't know. I just never thought about it when you're at the beach.
Half of New York City is feces on the ground.
Yeah. So they did these areas of the country that have the worst areas. The Great Lakes is one of the worst areas.
Well, there are birds everywhere. There's lots and lots of birds. They're all over the beaches.
Yeah, I just...
They got seagulls in the Great Lakes. Lots of seagulls.
That's true. But they did they did the Gulf Coast area. They did the Great Lakes. They did the East Coast. Chris, I know you've been up to the Jersey beaches. All contaminated. Feces.
Yeah.
You'll think twice next time you're there. I'll tell you that.
Wash your feet.
Yeah, but I never think about it. I just don't. And
don't eat the sand.
Oh, it's a crap fest. It's disgusting. All right, let's talk about Jamie Foxx because apparently Jamie, I don't know if you've seen the video. TMZ has it. He looks fine to me. He's on a mega boat. He's on the Chicago River.
Well, good for him.
And they get a shot of him, and it's obviously Jamie Foxx, all right? This is not like some hologram or something, which I'm going to talk about here in a minute with Madonna. But Jamie Foxx on a boat, and then he tweeted out, "Boat life, stay blessed." And he's not done any interviews. This is the thing, John.
I know he hasn't.
What's going on there? Like, if he's fine and I'm on a boat and he's having a good time, why has he not done any interviews regarding this?
Do we know that he hasn't been somehow affected in his speech or his?
We don't.
And we don't. And so I wish him the best. I know he's been fighting for his life here.
Well, he was in Atlanta, right? Now he's at, I guess, some special clinic in Chicago, which is why this happened and which is why he was out. But this is his first public sighting. Turtle, how long ago was he here? That was like 3-4 months ago, right? Maybe 6?
Stunt double.
Here you go. I'm just saying.
What's your phrase? I don't start rumors. I just talk about them once they're out.
This is true.
Stunt double.
You're saying Jamie Foxx had a stunt double on a boat on the Chicago River.
Not what I'm saying. That's what the Twitter. That's what the Twitter police.
That's what the Twitterverse is saying.
Okay.
I don't know what to believe. My whole thing is if Jamie is fine, and a lot of people, nobody's commenting on this. His closest friends, and I'll say this: everything Jamie's pretty much been asked to do, he'll do an interview, he'll go on shows. You guys have seen him all over.
Sure.
But nothing.
Yeah.
No interviews.
I know.
It's just weird.
You know who he's being compared to?
Who?
Damar Hamlin.
Oh, with the situation with Hamlin?
Yep.
Really?
Really?
Yep.
I hadn't heard that. And again, I have no idea. This is all, alleged what happened with him when he was here. I know he was making a movie. And it was weird, John, because I think he was at a Hawks game right before this happened. Lauren Jabbar, I believe, interviewed him at a Hawks game. And then it was like a few days later, and Jamie was rushed to the hospital, and we're like, okay, he'll be fine. First time they saw him this weekend. First sighting.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose oxygen to your brain, bad things happen. So I don't know.
Were you a Madonna fan?
Not really.
No?
I was a Metallica fan. So Madonna was not my universe. I know her work,
Of course.
but fan, no.
Okay. How did you see Metallica in concert? How many times?
I've actually never seen Metallica.
So you're a huge Metallica fan, but you've never seen them in concert.
I'm a yeah. I mean, no, I've never seen them in concert.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. No, just curious.
I
Listen.
could have gone to Truist Park, and there was some reason I couldn't go, and so I just have.
Oh, recently when they came here. Yeah. Okay. Madonna out of the hospital. All right. We talked about this. She had a bacterial infection.
Had one. Sepsis.
Yeah.
That'll kill you.
Found unconscious. That happened on June 28th. So here's the kicker, though. How much do you think she's worth?
Donna?
Yeah.
$10 billion.
$850 million fortune.
Oh, I was a little high. Oh, okay. I thought it would have been more.
I did too. I had no idea because I'm thinking all the hits she had and all, she's done all these world tours. Yeah, $850 million
That's actually
fortune.
way low. I guess way high.
But you got to think about the time of her fame. That's why it's not.
Yeah, but they're residuals over year. Wait, she's not selling stuff on iTunes right now? Come
No,
on.
but the Ariana Grandes of the world and the Taylor Swifts of the world are making it faster than they did back in the day.
Because of the streaming?
Because of everything.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, inflation and all that kind
Well,
of stuff. Yeah.
that's probably true.
Because she was big. First, she popped on the scene early 80s.
Early 80s, right. So, but she is out of the hospital. So she went to Instagram, posted, "Thank you for your positive energy, prayers, words of healing." And she said it was heartfelt and that she felt everybody's love. But the crazy thing is, while she was in the hospital, because they didn't know if she was gonna make it or not.
Yeah, sepsis will kill you.
With this bacterial infection, apparently she told them the people there distinctly that if she was to pass away, that she did not want to be brought back to life as a hologram. And I'm thinking that's the weirdest thing. But apparently she says that a couple of years back, I don't even know if you guys remember this, 2020, Whitney Houston, apparently, they were going to do a tour with her like a hologram.
Well, they did the Tupac thing, right?
They
Tupac
did.
Was
I think. I never
Tupac
saw
resurrection thing, right?
Yeah, but I never saw it. And so people went in on this Whitney Houston tour in 2020. Chris, do you even remember this? And they were saying it was a soulless money grab. And so one of the things Madonna was like, look, if I pass away, I want to make sure all my kids, she's got 6 kids, I want to make sure all my kids split my fortune equally, and I don't want to be brought back as a hologram. I'm just saying, if I'm in the hospital, I don't know if that's the last thing I'm thinking about is being back as a hologram.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that was one of her.
Have you seen her
things.
aesthetic lately?
What do you mean?
Like her physical, like the
Yeah, she does
physical
not
changes
look
she's
good.
made, and
What are you saying? She's had some work?
Yeah, and I think
Botox
some of
and
that
some stuff
might be leading her to some Aaron Rodgers like thinking. Let's put it that way.
She's not. She does not look good.
Okay. Well,
anyway, I got a question for you.
Yeah, man.
Okay, and Turtle, you can answer this too. I got into a debate, and the debate is, and I need some guys to help me out. Okay, is it you cook, you clean?
Oh yeah.
Or is it one cooks, one cleans?
Oh yeah, that's true too. Okay.
Wait, are you talking about
dinner?
Dinner. It's,
you know,
it's you cook.
Oh,
you cook,
you clean, or is it one cooks, one cleans?
The way the question was phrased, I thought you were asking grammatically which one is correct.
No, dinner.
Dinner.
Yeah, you cook. Does your wife clean, or
Right.
do you cook and clean because it was your turn to cook?
Right.
No, you split the difference every time.
Yeah,
right?
I think if she cooks, I clean, vice versa.
So it's not you cook, you clean.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Well,
why did you?
Sounds like there's a
Did you cook and
developing
clean?
story here.
No. I mean, we do the if she cooks, I clean. If I cook, she cleans.
Okay.
Except she doesn't clean. I do.
She doesn't clean anything.
No, she's extreme. She's much cleaner than me. All right,
Okay.
let's say she's much cleaner than me.
Yeah.
But when it comes to dinner, if she cooks, I clean. If I cook, I also clean.
All right.
Well,
Yeah.
do you have a dishwasher?
Yes.
Well, but still, you got to clean up.
Yeah,
You got to
I mean,
rinse
I
everything
guess.
off.
Yeah, you got to. You
You
still have to clean it.
know.
I think it's because when I cook, I usually clean, but when she cooks, she cleans. So I would go with 2. I would go with B.
Okay.
Yeah. Is this something you need to discuss with the?
Yeah,
with your
I
wife?
just-
No.
Is this related to Madonna in some way, shape, or form? Has Madonna a notorious non-cleaner if she cooks?
No, the Madonna story is independent. The 850 million fortune, the whole hologram thing. I'm like, really? And by the way, I don't even know if I would pay to go see a show of a hologram star that I once
No,
loved.
I wouldn't either. No.
I don't even know if I'd go do that.
I wouldn't do it.
Now, what if it was like
They also
Led
did-
Zeppelin
they
and
also
they
did-
brought back like Jimmy Page.
No, see, they also did it with Elvis too. I think
The whole hologram thing.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know what the deal is.
No, see, and also another group I really loved was Boston growing up. See, I was a heavy metal rock and roll,
Okay.
right? Yeah, okay. Long hair.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I did sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Anyway, I was that dude. So, and Brad Delp, who was the lead singer of Boston, passed away. And I said, okay, I've never seen Boston. I'm not going to go see Boston because the lead singer, it's like I would never go see Journey because Steve Perry quit the group, right?
Right.
And so it's just not
Even
the
though
same.
the guy sounds just like him, it's
I know,
not the
but
same.
it's still
it's not the same.
It's cover band stuff.
Yes,
okay?
it is.
But then they started doing this concert, I think, where they took video of Brad Delp and put him up on a big screen, and he would sing, and then the band would play in front of him.
Yeah, but it's actual footage of him.
And I thought, okay, I might go see that. But the hologram thing just seems spooky.
Well, here's the thing. With AI and all the stuff that's going on now.
Why is Allen Iverson in everybody's business?
No, I'm talking about artificial intelligence.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, where this is going eventually, you're gonna be at a concert, and they'll introduce the performer, and it's not even gonna be them.
Right.
It's not even going to be them.
By the way, anybody out there who does AI and you can manipulate all these songs.
Well, you can manipulate your voice.
Okay, so here's the deal, Carl. I want you to right now in the next between now and 7 o'clock. I want you to record everything Carl and I say. Then I want you to take our words and I want you to make them into a song and a hit song.
People can do that.
I know,
and it's crazy.
It's got to be a number one hit though.
People can do that.
Be like George Michael and that other dude. When they were doing Wham stuff.
Yeah. I agree. I still take $850. By the way, it's a lot of money. But I'm with you. I thought it was over $1 billion.
Yeah, I would have said it was much more than that.
With Madonna. All right, guys, coming up, we're going to talk about our Falcons, and I'm tired of the total disrespect that's going on. I'm over it. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Fricky in from Mike at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You took the mushrooms, right?
No, hell no.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, okay. Never
No.
mind, then that just
My thing started and ended with one attempt at the
green stuff.
No, at the white stuff.
Oh, well.
And I said, never again.
Well, John, I didn't know you was on that snout, but that's something interesting.
The green stuff I was fine with.
Yeah.
Speaking of white stuff, during the Around the Ocean World Race.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa! Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. That is the voice of John Fricky. Now, did you say you liked the white stuff?
No, I said it started and ended with one attempt at the white stuff because I thought I was going to die because my heart started pounding about 6,000 miles an hour. You know, and this is like 1984, 85. And
everybody was doing it, John.
Oh, they're doing it on the set at CNN for crying out loud. You know how much blow was being done on the set at CNN?
It was everywhere.
It was everywhere.
It was everywhere.
The first 8 or 9 years of CNN until Ted sold it, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And there were drugs. I mean, I got stories. Oh, my God. But I can't I have a friend who writes books, and I'm at lunch with him in California with his publisher. And my buddy says, hey, why don't you tell the publisher, some of your CNN? So I start rattling off 2 or 3 CNN stories. And he says, hey, if you'll put that in a book, I bet we could sell the hell out of that. And I said, no, there's 2 things. One, I can't prove it, so it just becomes
hearsay.
It's hearsay.
Yeah.
It's also libelous.
True.
And slanderous.
True.
Even though I know it's true because I was there, I lived it. I mean, I know.
Yeah, but you're putting names and people out
right,
there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, these people were my friends.
True. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
were all doing it.
If they want to talk about it, if they want to talk about it, I mean, it's fairly well known about Fred Hickman, God rest his soul.
Yes.
And Fred was an extremely close friend of mine. He was probably my best friend at CNN. And Fred and I hung around. Okay, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, Fred was talented. No doubt about it. One of the best. One of the best.
Great man.
Yeah, the white stuff. I just heard that. That was, by the way, when you were filling in on the middays,
right,
and that was with Randy. And Randy was questioning whether you had done the white stuff.
Yes.
So
I had one experience.
Right.
It was not good.
Well, just glad you're here to talk about it.
Yeah, no kidding.
At the green stuff.
No, at the white stuff. The green stuff I was okay with.
The green stuff is
marriage of white.
Yeah. Well, the green stuff is. There's so many different strands now. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Now I haven't done it in 30 years.
Of course not.
No.
Of course not.
No, I mean maybe longer than that. But I hear that now it's like 100 times more powerful.
You've heard.
This is what. Here's what. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
What?
As you get to be my age,
yes.
Right? As my friends are my age, I'm finding more and more that as people retire, they start smoking.
Yes. Yes.
I think they do in retirement.
No, listen, I think it's, and again,
especially with it legal.
Do you? Well, in some places. 15
states.
Yeah, in some places. No, you're absolutely right. This is true.
So, and they say, oh, it's not like when I was a kid. This stuff is like, one token, you're like, oh, okay, that's enough. That's pretty pedestrian, isn't it? That's, I mean, what? Okay.
I'm glad you've heard all this. Let's talk about the Falcons. Coming up, I need you guys to be focused. Can you get focused for me? We're going to talk about that in 20 minutes. Also, we'll go around the yard with Grant McCauley. All-star lineups are out. I'm so happy to see our guys being there and getting the chance to participate. It's going to be fun tomorrow. But, tired of disrespect. John, how can you have a top 10 list of defensive tackles and not have Grady Jarrett on the list? Now, with all due respect to all of these guys, they're very good players. But Grady is being disrespected because the Falcons haven't been to the playoffs in the last 5 years, and therefore he gets overlooked. And it's a shame because when you look at it from a salary standpoint, Grady's still one of the top-paid guys. Now, these salaries have soared over the last few years for defensive tackles. Aaron Donald is special. Nobody's getting Aaron Donald money. He's getting quarterback money, okay? That's $30 million a year. Jeffrey Simmons is the next closest guy at about 23, and Deron Payne, of course, with the Commanders at about 22. But when you start talking about when Grady did his deal, it was one of the highest paid deals for a defensive tackle. I think this is solely disrespect about where the team's been and what they've done. It has nothing to do with Grady because Aaron Donald's on the list, Chris Jones is on the list, Jeffrey Simmons is on the list. He's really good with the Titans. Quinnen Williams with the Jets, who's looking for a new deal. Javon Hargrave, Dexter Lawrence, DeForest Buckner. All these guys are really good. Why isn't Grady in the top 10?
All right, you worked at ESPN, correct?
Yes.
What does ESPN stand for?
Sports Entertainment.
Entertainment and Sports Programming Network.
Yes, Sports Entertainment.
No. It stands for the Eastern Seaboard Programming Network. Okay?
All these teams are not in the East.
Doesn't matter. They only know what exists beyond the Beltway and down south. They seethe with despite for Atlanta. They don't like this city. The New York Mets fans hate the Mets. They hate the Braves with such a passion. New York does not like Atlanta. And so, no, I mean, there's part of that's true. I mean, part of it is just true. There are a lot of people, you know this, there are a lot of people in Connecticut who think that Atlanta is still kind of backwater. And so, but anyway, be that as it may. Yeah, you know, I love the disrespect. I love the fact that Arthur Smith is rated as the 26th best coach, or Desmond Ridder the 40th best quarterback, or you leave Grady off this list. I mean, disrespect us all we want. You know, and when we start winning games, you know, and the sad thing for Grady is, can I go back to the the football moment that I don't want to say the score of, okay? If they win the game, Grady is the MVP of that game.
He is.
And it totally changes his career arc.
But wait a minute. Even without that, John, he's still gone
I
on.
agree.
He's come on.
He's great.
He's great.
I wouldn't trade him.
That.
I wouldn't trade him for 7 of these guys on this list.
Listen, the only guy I'm trading him for is Aaron Donald. Chris Jones.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, seriously.
Am I trading him for Cam Hayward?
No.
Am I trading him for Dexter Lawrence?
No.
I mean, Hargrave is great, but I mean, okay, and Grady has done this with nothing
around him.
Right.
See, that's the problem I have. This is why this is crap. Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. This is why I want to run the world, okay? This is why I want all of our teams to win as badly as I want them to. I want the Braves to just run away with the division and run away with the National League and then smoke somebody in the World Series. I want the Hawks to be champs. I want to be the city that people go, man, what's going on down there in Atlanta?
Well,
right?
I think we're close.
That's what I want to be. And this is the thing. You just said it. He's done it with nobody around him, and yet we're going to go, oh, these guys they're better than Grady Jarrett. He hasn't played with anybody.
Right.
Even Aaron Donald had Von Miller.
Right.
Come on.
Right.
I mean, this is disrespectful.
Of course it's disrespectful. You expected something else from ESPN?
I don't know where it came from. All I know is when I saw it, I went, wait a minute, hold on.
You know, the other day.
And I didn't see his name.
You know, the other day when the Braves won their 60th game, you had to go down about 20 stories in the Major League Baseball page of ESPN.
To see it?
Yeah.
To see it? It's the biggest story of the first half of the season.
No.
And by the way, they're on pace to break all these records in franchise history. And you're telling me I had to scroll 20 stories down?
Well, yeah, and then, of course, ESPN puts out a headline today, and they say, Acuna and Ohtani are the Major League Baseball's best-selling jerseys. No. Really? You had to write a story? What? No kidding. Wow. Thanks, ESPN, for... Oh, there's a news flash. What are you talking about? Did you really have to write that story? Okay, you're overstate the obvious? Of course they are. Now, they haven't gotten down to where it's. I think they just kind of figured out that Ronald Acuna was actually pretty good. I swear to God.
They haven't been on that. No, they haven't. I mean, the national media hasn't. He doesn't get enough national attention.
No, he doesn't.
We know this.
Oh, he did. When the lineups come out, when were the lineups? Are the lineups out?
They are.
Is the batting order out?
Yeah.
Acuna's leading off.
I was going to say, if Acuna isn't leading off, thank God, because I was about to have a 5-hour show on that.
But this is why the whole Philly manager Rob Thompson thing, I said, get him in, get him out.
Yeah, hit twice.
And get him out of there.
Right. Get him out.
All right.
So you want to give it to me? All right. Yeah, he's going to share that with me.
No, we are. We're going to talk about it with Grant coming up, and we'll talk about it with the Braves as something I want you to do, which is get focused.
Here we go. Acuna leading off, Freddie, batting behind him, playing first.
How about that?
Mookie Betts,
I wonder
batting
if
third.
he'll talk to him about the earrings and
the eye black and
the eye
wearing
black.
his
I
hat
wonder.
sideways.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll talk to him about that.
JD Martinez, DH, cleaning up. Nolan Arenado, third, hitting fifth. Luis Arias, second base, sixth. Sean Murphy, seventh. Corbin Carroll, left field, eighth. And Orlando Arcia, batting ninth.
How about
Zach Gallen gets the nod to start.
Yeah, and he should. By the way, if you are wondering, and we'll talk more about this with Grant, but Strider and Elder are not pitching. They will be there. They're there as we speak. They are not pitching. Home run derbies tonight. More on that coming up. Donnie says, come on, man. Dukes. He played with Vic Beasley.
Now, hang on. Hey, I'm going to defend Vic Beasley.
Don't you dare.
Dude led the NFL in sacks.
Oh, goodness.
Okay? Led the league. And I don't know what happened to him.
Oh, I know what happened to him.
He got religion. He got God.
I didn't know what happened to him.
But, he had 1 year.
He didn't want it.
Yeah, I know he didn't.
But this whole thing, Johnny's making a joke, by the way. We're talking about Grady not being on the top 10 list of defensive tackles.
He had Marlon Davidson and Takk McKinley, too. Come on, guys.
That's what I was
What
about
are we
to say.
talking
He
about?
played with Takk McKinley.
He had Deidre Sanat. You forget he had Deidre Sanat.
I don't even remember Deidre Sanat even playing. I don't even remember him playing one bit. The Vic Beasley thing, and listen, I know he's from up the road here. At the end of the day, he didn't want it. And now we've seen, what was the podcast you showed me, Turtle, a while back, where the Titans guys were talking about Vic Beasley?
Oh, yeah, it was Bussin' with the Boys.
And they're talking about Vic Beasley.
Yeah, Compton and Luan.
And he's trying to we should sit out. And the guys are like, dude, you just got here.
Right.
Like, you hadn't even practiced, and you're already talking about trying to get out of practice. Anyways, Grady, we know what you are.
But this year he's got Onyemata, he's got Calais Campbell, he's got Bud Dupree.
Yeah, first time.
Yeah, I know these guys. If Onyemata does his job, which I think he will do, he's going to eat up a couple of guys. Grady's going to have 8, 9, 10. And people are going to go, oh. We're going to say, yeah, we always knew that.
Correct. It's what we've already known. I'm going to tell you something else I know. You got to enjoy the moment. We're going to talk about it when we come back on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. So, Rob, tell me about psychedelics, or at least your experience with psychedelics.
Well, I did have the mushroom.
If you want to share.
I did have the mushroom tea in Jamaica.
Okay.
Many years ago. And my wife at the time, for some reason, I was smart. I didn't drink the entire thing of tea. I left a sip. She drank the whole thing, so she had a terrible time. Me, I had the greatest time in the world. It looked like there were a billion stars in the sky, and they're about 6 feet above me. And I'm lying on the beach at night, and all of a sudden, it seemed like a billion locusts started running out of the ocean, and I just start dying laughing. Meanwhile, my poor wife is up in the room with the covers up to her neck, and she's seeing murders. She's hallucinating people getting murdered. So I had a great time. She didn't. So if you go to Jamaica, leave that last sip of mushroom tea. Otherwise, you're in for a hellish experience.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Well, you asked me.
Locusts coming out of the ocean.
Billions of them. I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
I loved it.
So that was a good trip then.
Great. Yeah.
I guess Aaron Rodgers is having great trips because Aaron Rodgers wants psychedelics to be accepted by all. Where was he at? This conference, Chris, he was at? And he was speaking about psychedelics. And I remember he went to the dark room.
Yes, he did.
He's done all these different things. But he said the response from other people in the sports industry has been incredible talking about this. And he says to see basketball players and baseball players and surfers, entertainers, my teammates, colleagues across the league reach out and either share their story about their own medicine journey or ask to be a part of an upcoming one was pretty special. So he talked about, what he took. What's it called? Aphasia, I believe it is, the drug. What was it called?
Ayahuasca.
Oh, okay.
Ayahuasca.
All right. I wasn't sure. Listen, I'm not familiar with any of these drugs, even though the mushroom thing has happened. But I didn't see locusts coming out of the ocean.
For a lot of those things, maybe the synthetics, you can have, there are long-term effects. You could have like chronic anxiety. There's all sorts of brain disturbances, I think, that can manifest. If they're of the synthetic type, I think. I mean, I'm not overly well-versed. I just did my mushroom tea.
Yeah. Well, listen, that's why I asked your experience. Can I hear a little bit from this conference and Aaron Rodgers?
All these bums
who want to, come after me online about my experience and stuff, they've never tried it. They're the perfect people for it. We need to get these people taking it. You know what? It's going to be hard to cancel me because, the previous year, 26 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. We had a good season. Ayahuasca, 48 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
Wow. Okay. I mean, if that's what you're going to say, that got you to that point. So he's a real believer. I understand why, and he's putting his numbers out there to basically say the year I took this stuff, I balled out. I don't know, Rob. I mean, listen, all I know is in the NFL many, many years ago, even in the NBA, everybody's like, these guys smoke weed.
Oh, the NBA was a cocaine league in the 70s and the early 80s, weren't they?
It was. And now, like, weed is not looked at like that.
Nah.
I mean, the NBA, they don't even test it, like, whatever,
Plus,
man.
it's been so decriminalized now everywhere.
Yeah. I just, and again, if you're for it or against it, that's not the point. What he is talking about, Aaron Rodgers is saying, listen, we've got to be open-minded to other things like this that I think helps. I don't know if it does, but again, if you get a bunch of athletes and he said baseball players and surfers and all these guys saying, hey, this is helping me, you're going to see more people talking about it.
Well, you got to think, if it wasn't for LSD, the Beatles would still be a boy band. That's when they started really getting adventures, when they started just tripping their balls off.
Nice phrase.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing this weekend, I was listening to the broadcast of March Madness that we carried here on 92.9 The Game. Carl said we're going to the Final Four. When I moved down to the South Side, this is now it'll be 3 years for me this fall that I've been living in Coweta County, a little town called Sharpsburg. You were like my sensei for garden work and grass and doing all this stuff. So needless to say, I've got enough rain. Right? I don't have to water anymore anytime soon.
No, I mean you fertilize, right? You're good.
What's fertilize?
Oh
What?
goodness.
Oh yeah, no. I put stuff down. I put I put soil down.
Pre-emerge? You pre-emerge and you fertilize? You did all that?
I did the tilling, and then I put down soil.
Okay.
Did I forget the fertilizer? I knew I forgot something.
You planted new grass down there?
I got sod, and I threw seed down. So there's sod and there's seed.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I knew what I used to till. Oh, no, I use an auto tiller. Chris said that in my ear. Everybody's got jokes. Now, the reason I bring this up is now, if you have something that's a large, I picked up 2 gigantic shrubs that were in these giant buckets, and they weighed about 200 pounds each. And so I got to get them on the truck. I rented the truck from Home Depot. You ever see the sign, rent the truck for an hour?
Yeah.
And
They've got everything.
Yeah. So I got basically it's a rental for 75 minutes.
Okay.
And the guy was really cool.
So you were under time crunch? Because I've been there too.
I don't know.
I got to get this back.
I don't know what the charges were going to be, but I did know 75 minutes is what I've got. So I get the truck. I pull over to where all the stuff is outside, where all the trees and bushes are on display at Home Depot.
Yeah.
And so I need someone to help me get this thing in the back of the truck. So I go to the people. I need a hand over here. And so like, well, let me get Bob. So Bob comes over. Bob's like 100 years old. Like,
Bob can't help you.
I can see this guy leaning over and hear his back go, forget it. And I looked at him. I go, with all due respect, sir, you're going to jack up your back. Do we have anyone younger? Oh, Bob got upset.
Oh, really?
He got hot. It was almost like I'm
You
challenged.
age discriminated, Bob.
I did.
Wow.
It was age bias. So I go, okay. So then another kid comes over, and I go, all right, remember, everybody, including you, Bob, lift with your legs.
And he did.
Yeah, and so and we all got the things up in the truck, and it all worked out. So now I get to the house, neighbors there, Mike, my buddy works for Delta, get the things unloaded, got them over there, we're good to go. Now I get the truck back. I got 20 minutes to get to Home Depot. No problem. And then I've got Myrtle, the slow-driving turtle, going 40 miles an hour on a 2-lane road.
To get the truck back.
Yeah, and I'm sitting and I'm going on bananas, and I got to put gas in it.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting.
There is a grace period, though, right? I mean, you don't have to have the truck back exactly at like 5 o'clock.
But, but again.
You're going to charge you $80?
Just like me doing this stupid yard work that I swore I would never do. You're right. If I brought it back 2 minutes late, were they going to jam me?
No.
This is my father. I've become my father. Says 75 minutes, you got to get back in 75 minutes.
That's true.
So I literally come rushing in like I'm winning the Indy 500. Like, bring this pickup truck in sideways.
Yeah,
I'm here.
There has to be some kind of grace period. But I've been there. I mean, the time crunch thing is real.
Guys look at me like, you're cool, man.
Yeah. Looking at you like you're crazy, right?
No.
You could have brought it back tomorrow, sir. You would have been.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyt Associates Personal Injury Law.
4 days off for the other Braves who are not participating in the All-Star game, but I have a message for Braves fans. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike. We'll go around the yard with Grant McCauley and talk about the series with the Rays, with the Rays, should I say, and also the All-Star game tomorrow. But before we get to that, we got to enjoy where we're at. We got to take this in. And I am already over so many people talking about what's going to happen in September and into October. We're not there. We've got the best winning percentage at the break in franchise history, all right? Better than the 98 team, John. 11 consecutive series wins going back to the start of June 1st. Let's just take this in and enjoy it and not wonder or worry about what we're going to do in the end of September. I am so consumed with this right now. And I'm not trying to tell you that we shouldn't be a World Series team or that we're not going to go deep in the playoffs. But, John, everybody wants to jump ahead, including you.
Yeah.
You want to jump ahead.
Well, no, I don't want to jump ahead. I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
Oh, you're jumping ahead. What are you talking about?
Well, this is where we're headed. Because you have – look, I have a love-hate with Braves Twitter, okay? I obviously love it because I read it all the time. I go on it occasionally. I love Braves Twitter. And then I hate it because it's populated by a bunch of people wondering how are we going to blow this. And it's like, oh, stop it. Or I hate Brian Snicker. He's never going to, oh, my God, didn't we just win a World Series 2 years ago?
Who are these people?
I don't know, but they're out there, and quite a few of them apparently. And
you people make me sick.
Just drives me kind of batty here. This team, this is why you enjoy this. This team, you're witness. This team is special. It's different than any other Braves team I've ever seen.
So let's enjoy it.
I know.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, the 98 Braves went 106 and 56.
Great team.
18 in front of the Mets.
They had 5 Hall of Famers, well, 4, but they should have had a 5th because that one particular center fielder is not in the Hall of Fame. It's a joke.
Is it? It is, and he should be. That was one of my trivia questions.
I was actually in '96. I was actually at '98 rather. I was actually at a game in Yankee Stadium that year.
Yeah,
Braves played at Yankee Stadium, and Andrew hit a home run. And I stood up because I'm wearing my Braves hat. And I started chopping, and my buddies are like yanking on me. Sit down, you're gonna get hurt.
Don't forget where you're at. The Braves, by the way, lost in the NLCS that year, and I get it. And this is what I said to John. All right, stop telling people the negative of what's going to happen as this season continues. Oh, we're going to choke. And you brought this up earlier about what's going on at Wimbledon. And you were asking the question, and I said, is this going to derail our conversation? And people actually said, hey, there are people watching. As I said, this is – thank you, Turtle. This is not as of importance of where we are at with the Braves. Guys, we won 27 of our past 32. We are on fire. We've not seen this. And all I'm saying is, let's just take it in. Enjoy every moment of it. I want to get freed back. I want to see what Soroka's going to do. I'm with you. But to jump ahead and then go, well, we're going to blow it.
Well, that was the point about the Wimbledon thing, was that we're going to be Atlantaing again. And here is Chris Eubanks. He's going to choke. And I'm like, choke? He's not supposed to be here. How do you choke when you're not supposed to be here? And he's in the Elite 8, Final 8, last 8, quarterfinals, whatever the hell it is.
Can I tell you guys something? We're not supposed to be here.
No.
The Mets spent $300 million this year.
359, but that's who's counting.
They're supposed to be here. So, yeah, I mean, John, it's silly to believe, and we wish the kid nothing but the best, right? I hope he gets to the semifinals. If he wins this, who knows?
The NL East is over.
But this thing is over.
Right?
Yeah. But let's enjoy the ride and not jump in front and say, well, what happens in September? John, you said to me earlier today, what's the rotation going to look like? For heaven's sakes, can we get freed back first? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, you could get freed back first. I'm starting to project it because we got 3 weeks to the trade deadline.
What do you want to do, by the way?
I want to get a big stud left-handed reliever in the bullpen. I mean, I covet Josh Hader. If the Padres make him available, and there's
he's a monster.
Some indication that they will. He's a free agent at the end of the year. I'd be willing to give up two series, like a Vaughn Grissom and an A.J. Smith-Shawver to get him.
Did you say Vaughn Grissom?
Yeah.
I want to make sure. I'm with you on this. I think we need more bullpen help, specifically back-end bullpen help. Like, let's cut these games.
Let's get a big stud back there.
Yeah.
And it's not about, by the way, that's not an Iglesias thing. I'm not sure what kind of faith I have in Kirby Yates. I'm not sure what kind of faith I have, and it has nothing to do with this Peck and A.J. Minter. We've seen that up and down. They don't have the Bulldog and Matzik obviously out for the year. I don't look at anybody else, the McHughes. I mean, Jesse Chavez is great when he gets back, but he's not a back-end guy.
Nope. No.
And so, and all the rest of those guys, they've contributed. They've done really nice things, but they're not back-end guys.
Nope. I agree with you.
And so I don't know how much I trust the back end of the bullpen, and I think I need, at the very least, an 8 and 9 guy. And if I got somebody the quality of a Hader, and we had Josh Hader and Raisel Iglesias, you want to talk about over. Everything's over. At that point, everything is over.
Where are you guys at on this?
Well, the NL is over. Okay.
Are you so mesmerized by what the Braves have been doing, despite losing yesterday? Forget about that. Okay. We're giving you all these great numbers about what they're doing and how special this season is. But where are you at? 404-726-0929. Can we just enjoy this? Like, this is almost like, you want to open the presents, John, on Christmas, and it's not Christmas yet. Christmas comes at the end of September when we're in the playoffs, and now we can talk about all these other things. That's all I'm saying, and it's just bugging me. It's right now, that's all I'm hearing. Well, what are we going to do here? Well, who's going to be available?
Well, but there is a timestamp here, though. I mean, Carl, there is something here. 3 weeks from now is a trade deadline. You're going to have to make a move. You got 3 weeks. Now, I have full faith and credit in whatever Alex Anthopoulos does. I mentioned earlier, I am of the belief that Alex Anthopoulos is the best professional sports executive of any team, maybe in the world, right now.
He's been pretty damn good. Flat out.
And I don't think that's hyperbole when I say that, because I think he's the best sports executive in the United States.
Well, listen, I think, as I said to you earlier when we were talking about the Hawks, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in from Mike, talking about the Braves and where we are. First half is over. We've got the best winning percentage at the break in franchise history, best in the franchise history. And the thing is, as I said about the Hawks, Alex has proven to you over and 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 over again, that he makes the moves that matter. And getting back to the Hawks, just a sidebar, which we'll talk more about coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. No disrespect to Landry Fields. He just hasn't had the time, nor has he done this over and over and over and over, where you just feel like we got $30 million in the bank and we'll make the right moves.
Yeah, but Landry doesn't have the kind of carte blanche that Alex does, because Liberty Media is not, kind of lording over him. I mean, in the case of the Hawks, you got to go upstairs. You know what I mean? Because the man upstairs.
Did you say he's not making these decisions?
No, I'm just saying that Liberty Media doesn't necessarily get involved. They give you a number, and Alex has said this. Liberty's given me a number of what I can play with, and any other decision is mine alone. Nobody's questioning me if this is going to be a move. And, with the power structure of the Hawks, and same true of Atlanta United and the Falcons, in a direct ownership, when the owner's sitting in the office every day, and they are sitting in the office every day, that's a different animal. Liberty Media is out of where? Denver? I mean, they're not paying. I mean, they're out here. They've got some corporate CEO dude running the battery, but Alex Anthopoulos kind of has carte blanche on whatever baseball move he wants to make.
And that's what makes this so good about what he's doing.
I understand, but it's also a freedom that he has that a lot of other GMs don't.
You're going to say Landry Fields doesn't have that freedom?
No, not quite.
404-726-0929. We're talking about the Braves. I brought my Chewbacca mask today. For those of you who missed it earlier, I'm going to put this back on because any of you who are talking negative about the Braves right now, they're going to blow it. What are we going to do? That's my response to you.
Please stop saying you're going to choke or blow it, because I don't want to see this mask anymore.
I brought this in for you, John, to be honest, because I knew you would say something crazy today.
What, crazy?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm grounded in reality.
Doubtful. And so I brought this in.
Wait, you don't think we have to make a move?
We don't have to.
This is what I'm saying.
Shut up! We don't have to. We don't.
I think we do.
You're good. Would a move improve our chances at winning the World Series?
Yes.
But you don't have to. Let's not be prisoner of the moment. This is why I think AA is like, everybody needs to calm down. We don't have to. We're getting back the best thing we could possibly get back. There's not a pitcher you could trade for that's better than Max Fried right now.
Oh, I'm not talking about a starter. I'm talking about a bullpen guy.
Well, once you have a six-man rotation, you will have other bullpen options. You don't absolutely have to. If they don't, people are going to lose their minds. We don't have to. We're a really good club.
All right, put your mask back on.
Coming up, we're going to talk to Grant McCauley. All-Star games tomorrow. It's Dukes and Bell.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Let's talk some baseball because our guys are being represented, our team, our city, our organization, at the All-Star Game. Grant McCauley's here with us, our Braves insider. He covers MLB for us, guys. And tomorrow's going to be special, Grant. I mean, before we talk about what happened over the weekend, because we know these guys jumped on a charter with their families and made their way to Seattle, it's going to be cool to have our 8 guys represented, even though both pitchers are not going to participate as far as the game itself, but they will be there. What's it mean for our organization to be represented like this?
I think it's just a little bit of a stamp of, I don't know if validation is what they're looking for, but, the proof of what the Braves have done in the first half. You bring 8 All-Stars, that pretty much underscores a team that had the best record in the game, that went on an incredible hot streak to close out this first half. And you look at the candidacies of each of these 8 men, and I think these are all well-deserved. This was not just filling out a roster with a couple of guys here or there that maybe, you kind of have to stretch because you're trying to represent all 30 teams. With the Braves, I mean, there's a great story behind each one of these, whether it's Bryce Elder and Orlando Arcia kind of coming out of nowhere, whether it's Ronald Acuna Jr. getting the most votes of anybody, the entire Braves infield getting the chance to go, Spencer Strider being the major league strikeout leader. I mean, you just kind of go down the list. And Sean Murphy, I talked about this on From the Diamond yesterday. With all due respect to what Ronald Acuna Jr. is doing, there's still an MVP case that you could make for Sean Murphy. Like, he should get some MVP votes by the time this year is over. I'm not saying he surpasses Acuna, but you start to think about the overall impact, the career year that he's having, the effect that he has on both sides of the ball. I mean, the Braves didn't just get their catcher of the future. They got themselves an MVP candidate. So I think those kinds of things are all baked into the story of having 8 All-Stars at this game.
All right, we'll get back to the All-Stars here in a moment. Grant McCauley joining us on Dukes and Bell. Grant, I want to ask you about the first start of Max Fried yesterday at Gwinnett. What did you see? What kind of timeline are we looking at? What kind of break all this down for us?
Well, I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to happen immediately. That first step was 35 pitches. Looked good in the limited time that it was, but then 35 is going to have to give way to 45 to 50. That could give way to 65 to 75. Then I think as you get to that 4th or 5th start, maybe, you can, if you're the Braves, and I think they might, just depending on what the matchup is, start thinking about, is a 4th rehab start or a 5th rehab start necessary, or is it time to bring Max Fried up and kind of let him finish everything off if he's healthy and rejoin the big league rotation and just kind of have a little bit of a shorter leash, if you will, on him pitch count-wise in his first couple of starts back. But otherwise, I mean, it's hard to sit here and tell you that Max Fried's not going to make the club better if he's healthy. Of course he will. But with what the Braves have been able to do, I don't feel like there's any pressure to rush through this process and get him back just because they have to have him. They want to have him. I think they need to have him in October. But anything they have to do along the way right here that keeps him healthy and gets him back into this rotation and gives him time to kind of reestablish himself, that, I think, is what the Braves are going to be pursuing, especially as we come up to the trade deadline and look at other options where they could potentially add some depth and figure out ways to get themselves where they want to be come October.
You know, John and I were having this conversation before you came on, Grant, about do we absolutely have to do something? And I think most Braves fans feel like it's a rite of passage, right? Like if we don't, somehow, it's going to hurt the team. And if we don't do it, we'll lose the World Series. And I'm just saying, guys, we got the best winning percentage in franchise history. We don't absolutely have to do anything. Would it be nice? Am I seeing this the right way?
You're seeing it the exact right way. I've described it as this. I talked about it a little bit on From the Diamond. I was like, I don't want to set people up to be, disappointed or, somehow let down by what the Braves may or may not do at the trade deadline. But you look at this team and you look at what they have and you look at the depth that they have. And, of course, Max Fried being a part of the rotation, as John brought up, I mean, that's an important caveat. But putting all of that aside, could they add to the bullpen? Sure, they could. But do they need to go out and get a closer? Do they need another Raisel Iglesias? No, they don't have to do that. Could Alex Anthopoulos find a deal that we're just not thinking about that makes a lot of sense for this club? Yeah, and he's done it before. So that's kind of what I expect. But up and down the lineup, throughout the rotation, and again with Max Fried and Kyle Wright being some additions that you can make in the second half, with the bullpen depth that they have had, and continue to find guys kind of coming along at the right time of year and finding themselves and filling the roles and getting the outs you need them to. I'm just kind of looking at it saying, you don't have to do anything, but would it be nice? I think is the question most fans, want to know, and the answer to that is absolutely. So could they? Yes. Are they under the gun of having to go out and make major moves or make the biggest blockbuster trade of the trade deadline in order to, give this team a chance to win? No. As constructed, I think you've got the best lineup in Major League Baseball and the best team in Major League Baseball right now, unless or until somebody gets hotter and figures out a way to win at a higher rate than the Atlanta Braves have.
Grant, tell me about the Braves' first draft pick here, Hurston Waldrop.
Well, I mean, you're not surprised to see the Braves go with pitching, I'm sure, in the draft. I mean, this is a kid that, has a dynamite arm. I mean, we're talking about a mid-90s fastball that can approach triple digits. And as I was listening to, the Braves and what they like, and listening to a little bit of Waldrop last night on his call, I mean, this splitter is a legitimate pitch, might be the best secondary pitch of any guy that was taken in the first round. The Braves feel that strongly about it. Kind of had some rough starts toward the end, a little bit of command that's spotty at times, but we're talking about a 21-year-old that was striking out batters at a very high rate and is on one of the better SEC baseball programs that you'll find at the University of Florida. So not surprised to see the Braves go with a college arm here. That means that he could be, closer to the big leagues. We could be talking about him being up at some point in the next, 12 to 18 months as kind of a just off the top of my head timeline for him. And they believe that splitter is an out pitch right now. So this is a kid that I think just kind of starts to refurbish and to add and replenish, I guess is the word, a minor league system that coming into the draft last night was rated 30 out of all 30 teams in just about every periodical or prospects ranking that you're going to find.
Does having a splitter that's this good that they say falls off the table, I mean, who perfected that but Bruce Sutter, right? I mean, does that make
he invented it, right?
Yeah, right. Do you think that they would look at him as something other than a starter?
Not in the initial. I mean, because I think the old joke is, I've talked to a lot of guys about this, a lot of relievers. Every reliever is a failed starter. So I think they're going to give them the opportunity to go ahead and figure it out and go through the motions and the progressions of that. But, I mean, we saw Spencer Strider's first look at the big leagues was in late 2021. And I think some people have to be reminded, oh, yeah, he did come up in 2021. They were thinking about using a big arm like that in relief down the stretch and into October if it made sense. So could he get some time in relief in the bullpen, maybe break into the big leagues that way? Sure, but I think all the expectation is right now that they've drafted themselves a very nice starter, and they're going to develop him that way.
Grant, let's talk about the lineup, man. What do you think? You like it? You like how they, Rob Thompson has put this together? Obviously, Acuna's leading off. What do you think?
Yep. I think it's kind of what I expected. I mean, you look at it, and as somebody was joking, I posted the lineup earlier on Twitter, and they're like, I don't understand why there are 3 Dodgers in a row there. And I'm like, because they make sense right where they are. I mean, you're talking about Ronald Acuna Jr. getting the chance to lead off. I know I've had another one that was like, well, Luis Arraez should be hitting first. And in all due respect to what he's doing, give me the opportunity to see Ronald Acuna Jr. maybe lead off an all-star game with a home run. I'll enjoy that a little bit more than him slapping one to left center and legging out a double, if you will, in the case of Luis Arraez. But putting that aside, I think it's what we expected. Murphy and RC a little bit further down in this lineup, but it's a pretty stacked group. Got to be, cool to see Freddie and Mookie Betts, and obviously J.D. Martinez has been resurgent this year with the Dodgers, and you got Nolan Arenado. You got to mix him in there somewhere, and Luis Arraez also is in this lineup. But you got 3 Braves, 3 Dodgers, and 2 Diamondbacks because you've got Corbin Carroll, of course, who's starting in left field, I believe, and then you've got Zach Gallen getting the ball to start for the National League. So not a lot of parity, not a lot of spreading the love across all the National League teams, though I'm sure we'll work those guys in as the night goes on.
Yeah, we're talking with Grant McCauley as we get ready for the All-Star game tomorrow night, Home Run Derby tonight. Grant, I'm going to be totally honest with you. If there's no Brave in the Home Run Derby and there's not, I'm probably not going to watch. Grant, they're going to have to do something with this event to kind of reel me back in, because watching a guy that said throw it again, be thrown to again is not my. I don't know. I'm not.
I mean, I couldn't disagree anymore with you. I think that the revamped format with the brackets and setting the seeds and having the opportunity to give guys the time limit, the timer, they get a 1 timeout. I feel like it brought the focus back to the home run derby, because it did at times, a few years ago, start to kind of linger in certain rounds and just kind of take way too much time. But I've enjoyed the last couple of years of this revamped style. I think it's going to be fun to see a kid like Julio Rodriguez, who put on that absolute show last year in Los Angeles, get to do it, in front of his Seattle faithful there. That's always cool. Brave or no Brave, I do feel like they got some of the best young stars and some proven sluggers and known commodities to be in this thing. And, Ron Acuna Jr. has already said, I'll probably do this thing again. I'm just going to let somebody else have some fun with it this year. And Matt Olson also declined, even though he's the National League home run leader. But otherwise, looking at some of these other guys, whether it's Adley Rutschman or Luis Robert Jr., guys I don't get to see on an everyday basis, it's kind of fun to watch some of baseball's new blood go at it in this thing for me.
All right, man. Good stuff. As always, we're excited to see what our guys can do. And then, obviously, Friday, back to, regular season action at home. So these guys get 4 days off. By the way, do you know where any of these guys are headed? Everybody's going their own direction? The guys that are not participating?
Yeah, I think everybody, including me, are going to go our own directions for a little while, and we'll all reconvene at Truist Park on Friday. But just resting, recharging. I'd imagine some golf is probably on the table for some of these guys, or maybe just getting to be dad for a few days will also be pretty nice before they get back into the grind and look to finish strong, because everything they want to do is right out there in front of them. They've had an incredible first half and are exactly where they want to be. They're in the position of being chased and looking to lock down that spot in October and get all that business taken care of around the trade deadline, so that they can bring the best team possible to the big dance that we'll be watching a little bit later this fall.
Great stuff. Grant, enjoy the time off, and we will talk to you Friday, brother.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Grant McCauley here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in for Mike. We've got some more stuff to get to, including our conversation about our Hawks. We have Patty Mills on the roster. We're not sure if he's staying or going, but we'll get into that. Also, we'll get you caught up on the latest headlines, and this Northwestern story getting interesting and more interesting by the minute. It's Dukes and Bell.
Was that like one of those Sunday things? Is that what that is?
Yeah, the music's
Monster
all
trucks
it's all hard like that. You want to match. You want to match? It's up there.
Well, I mean, it's not a bad thing, is it?
No, I don't think so. And why is this computer talking? Quiet, computer.
If it was my phone.
No. It's me, John. John Freaky in for Mike today. Real quick, before we get into some other stuff.
Did you just break up with me?
What are you talking about?
He said, it's me, John, I'm sorry. I mean, I've heard that before in my life.
No, that's not happening. Before we get into some other stuff, we're going to talk about the most important story of the day, which has to do with our Hawks. Portland Trail Blazers general manager Joe Cronin came out today and said it could take months before they trade Dame Lillard.
Oh, man.
What?
Wait a second, because I got a question to ask you about this.
Okay.
He said, I want to go, right?
Dame?
Yeah.
Yes.
The divorce has happened.
It's over.
It's over. How do you bring him back? If you're a fan, how do you root for him again? How do you go to a Portland game and go, Dame, we still want... You wanted out, dude. You said goodbye, trade me, I want out. And, everybody said, hey, thanks, appreciate it. They gave you a gold watch.
Yeah.
You're done. You're retired. You're gone. You come back with another team, we'll have Dame night. But not now. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
I mean, this is really bad. They have botched, the Portland Trail Blazer front office botched this so badly.
Well, and that's the thing. So the general manager comes out today. It's the first time he's spoken about this. And he was like, I feel like I failed Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's what he said.
And his team and his fans and everybody else.
And then he said it could take months to do this deal. It doesn't take months.
No,
this is an over-exaggeration. But point is, he's basically setting this up to say, if this doesn't happen immediately, you need to calm down, and we're going to take care of our fans, and we're going to get the right people in here. Did you hear what they were asking for? I talked about this over the weekend. 4 first-round picks and 2 quality players. 2 quality players is how they defined what they are looking back to get.
How old is Dame, 32?
Yeah.
No.
It's not happening.
No.
It's not happening.
And you have to trade the picks every other year, so you're essentially punting on a decade's worth of picks.
Right.
It's not happening. So they put this out there as a qualifier, like, hey, you're interested? This is what we're looking for. And I saw it, and I just started laughing. I'm like, you're not getting that back.
No way.
So we'll see where it goes, but the general manager saying it could take months. He says hasn't spoken to Dame Lillard since July 1st.
Oh, this is bad. This is not good.
Huh? We're gonna see.
Dame could force this.
What do you mean?
Just sit out.
Oh, no doubt.
Just sit out.
Well, that's the problem with bringing him back. You can say that the trade may take months. The problem is Dame's just going to go, I'm not playing.
I'm not playing.
And now you have a disgruntled employee who's on a team of young guys that are trying to build Scoot Henderson, etc. You don't want that. You don't want that. And I'm not saying Dame is going to be disruptive, but by him not playing is being disruptive.
Yeah, and then again, his value will go down even more.
So
because everybody will know that they have you over a barrel.
Can they just go ahead and make this move and trade him to Miami? Just do it.
Well, I hope not, because I don't want to see him in our...
Well, listen, I don't either, but he's already said he wants to go to Miami.
I know. What does Miami have, though?
What, in return?
Yeah.
Tyler Hero. I need a hero.
Oh, you just went Willie P on me.
Well, my voice is not completely 100% still.
Oh, okay.
It's 98. I didn't go that low. But yeah.
Do we have to play for the new audience?
We should. Can we reset this real quick? Because this was our buddy. Willie P used to work here. He made the move to Charlotte.
And we like him. He's a good solid
guy.
dude.
Good guy. He went to Charlotte, and some things have happened for him. He calls their
Charlotte
FC games, okay, which is for everybody. It's Atlanta United, all right? They are MLS team. But this is what happened over the weekend, and Turtle said it's gotten 8 million views as his voice completely changed. This is what we're talking about.
Vargas in the area, still within on the right side, stepping over, setting it back for Lindsay. Lindsay sends it back into the area for Swiderski. One touch, he scores! Another one for Swiderski! And that one was more impressive than the first!
I mean, if he scores high, then you get back into your register, right? I mean...
I just don't understand why it stayed there.
And that one was more impressive than the first!
I texted him earlier, and I just sent him laughing emojis, and he goes, "Dude, it's wild."
Oh, they're blistering him at his own station.
Oh, I know.
The callers are blistering him.
It sounds like it's something.
Mickey Mouse.
Yes, but it sounds like something that didn't happen. But it actually happened.
It actually happened.
No, it's a funny soundbite from the weekend. And then we also played this one earlier, which, since we're talking about what happened, our own Mike Conti, when it seemed like the match wouldn't end. It was the match from hell, wasn't it?
No, it was it was the match where the ref is on the take. That's what I'm going with.
I knew you were going to say. That. They kept adding time on.
Right. It was like the never-ending stoppage time. It was like a half an hour or something.
So in Montreal, Mike Conti had enough.
Where is the freaking whistle?
Soccer guys rule. Soccer play-by-play guys rule.
That's the best.
And that one was more impressive than the first. Impressive than the first.
Who sounds like that?
I don't know.
Willie made that happen. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, let's talk about our Braves real quick. We're going to talk about our Hawks coming up. I want you to hear from Bryce Elder. He was not good yesterday. You worried? Somebody asked me that, and I said, no, not at all.
No.
0. Bryce gave up 6 hits, 2 home runs, 7 runs yesterday, and everybody's like, uh-oh, here we go. His ERA went from 2.45 to 2.97. Still under 3. He's going to be fine. And I got to tell you, I think the guys were a little antsy yesterday. Once they got down, it's like, yeah, let's get the All-Star game.
We've already won the series.
Yeah, let's go.
We hate this stadium. The stadium sucks.
Oh, it sucks. It sucks. So here's Elder talking about he wished that he would have had a better outing, but it is what it is.
I am. I'd like to end the first half a little better, make the break, be able to really enjoy it, and I still will. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I am, too.
And he's not going to pitch again.
No. He's just there up in Seattle hanging out. Having a good time. They will be obviously introduced. We'll talk more about this tomorrow, and maybe John won't have sour grapes on this home run derby. Maybe tonight it's great.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. That if you're looking forward to it, that's fine. I need something more. I guess Grant is saying with the new format.
What do you need, John? What do you need?
Well, I need bigger name stars for starters.
They asked all the stars. They didn't want to participate.
I know, it's like the slam dunk.
It is.
And this is why I really kind of don't watch the slam dunk really much anymore.
Yeah.
Because I don't really care about it's like, okay. I mean, I know that they've got a few stars in it. I mean, Vlad Guerrero can hit. He can rake. And Alonso can rake. I mean, they've got a couple. They got a couple or 3.
If you had some money on this tonight, would you watch it?
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't bet on it.
The 3 biggest stars in the game are all injured. Ohtani, Trout, and Judge.
That's true.
They can't do it anyway.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if it were Aaron Judge and it were Ohtani and it were Acuna and it were Olsen.
Now you'd be watching.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day when it was Ken Griffey Jr. and Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa.
It was must-see.
Spice it up a little bit. I don't know. Give them fungo bats to see who can hit it 700 feet. I have no idea how you make this so I'm going to go, okay, I'm in. When I'm seeing a bunch of names like going, do I care between the Robertson and Dominguez? I don't even know who's in this damn thing.
But they did spice it up. They completely revamped it over the past couple
You're
of years.
talking about the format.
Yeah,
the
tournament.
That's what Grant was talking about earlier about the format.
And that's fine. I mean, I'm not talking about that so much. I mean,
you're just talking about the star power.
Yes, they lack star power for me. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, it just does.
All right, let's hear Travis d'Arnaud, guys, as we're talking about our Braves. We are at the All-Star break. D'Arnaud was talking about the Braves doing, really special things and how good this group is.
It's really, really rare. It's my first time, and I'm coming up on 10 years. Being in this situation with 60 wins before All-Star break is really special, man, and just happy to be a part of it. And I think the coolest thing is all of us joke around with each other 24/7, even during the game, and we're able to flip the switch and focus in when the pitch is coming, and then right back to joking around. So it's a special group, and it's something I've never seen before.
We got the best catchers combo in the league. Right? d'Arnaud and Murphy's crushing it.
Well, d'Arnaud starts for 25 teams.
I agree.
Heck, he'd start for us. And we're the best team in baseball. And that he has stepped aside. And by the way, when he's been called on, he's come through with clutch hits.
Yeah, he's big time.
Yeah, home run. I mean, so look, he has been able to do this with the, amount of, kind of humility that he's been able to do it and stay a teammate and support Sean Murphy and see, all this. I mean, it speaks volumes to his character and to the character of the team.
Last but not least, Max Fried. This is who you're looking to get back. By the way, I'm over the rehab stuff. Like, let's get him up here.
Yeah, me too.
Let's get him up here.
4 or 5 starts. I'm like 4 or 5 starts.
No.
That's 3 weeks.
No, it's time to see Max Fried. He talked about the potential of this team with the depth that we have, which is another reason why I'm saying if we don't do anything at the trade deadline, I'm not an advocate for it, guys. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm with John on this. Let's improve the bullpen. But if we don't, the depth is the reason why we won't make a move. Then the front office is gonna buy into this. Here is Max Fried.
There's a lot of depth here. We have a lot of really talented guys even playing here in Gwinnett. So, it's a testament to the organization and kind of just the players being able to play and perform. It's a fun, great organization to be in. So just, like I said, excited to get back.
This is the beauty of Snicker and Alex Anthopoulos. When they have gotten now, guys that are what Max Fried's talking about. He's looking at A.J. Smith-Shawver. He's looking at Jared Schuster.
Yeah.
He's looking at those guys who've made multiple starts for the best team in baseball, and they're down in Gwinnett, right? And so were there an issue, you could go back down and get these guys. They've been already tested. They've already been, to some degree, whatever degree it is, proven that they can pitch at the major league level. So they're there, that if it doesn't pan out with the Colby Allers, I'm still shocked that Colby Allard gave us what he gave us in 2 starts. I can't even believe we got that out of him. But he did.
He did.
And he's going to get another start. And, I know jury's out on Michael Soroka at the moment. I get it. I'm hopeful that, by the time that things roll around. So I think my point to you is when we're enjoying this, we're also setting up, other storylines that are going to be, because we have things we have to follow. The development of Soroka, the return of Max Fried. Do you have somebody in 7 and 8 that you can count on? Are you good with going into the playoffs with Kirby Yates and, I don't know, A.J. Minter is 7 and 8? Is that something you're good with? I mean, there are stories here. So I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm not enjoying. I am thoroughly enjoying this.
We got to enjoy where we're at. That phrase.
You can do both, right?
You can, but you just can't get too far ahead. This hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. That phrase where, you be where your feet are.
Yeah.
We're at the All-Star game. This is where I'm at right now. Next Friday or this Friday, I will be ready for whatever that means. And then in 2 weeks, we'll be talking about the trade deadline, and that's where my feet are. And that's kind of what I'm saying to Braves fans. Like, we're witnessing one of the best seasons in franchise history. Can we enjoy it? That's all I want. That's all I'm saying. Let's stop asking the questions about September. I know it's coming. But when it gets here, that's when we can have that conversation. I'm not ready to jump the gun because, John, that's when you start worrying about choking things away. Coming up, we're going to talk about our Hawks. What's next? And what does John think they should do? And why does he trust the general manager more than I do, or the front office, or the owner? We'll talk about it as our most important story of the day next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Lord have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up, our last call. We got a busy show tomorrow as well as we get ready for the All-Star game, but we're going to be talking some football. Tyler Sullivan's going to stop by. One of the best play-by-play guys. Ian Eagle's going to stop by. So, big show tomorrow. Make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. We got to talk about our Hawks because I want to know what you think about Patty Mills. Is he staying or is he going? I said we still need a backup point guard. Patty can still score. He's a vet. I don't have any problems if he stays. That's fine. But he's been traded, what, John, 3 times in the last
10 days.
Okay. But the big picture for the Hawks right now, if you look at this, we traded John Collins, salary-saving move. You do another move where you trade away the guys that you got in return for Collins, for Patty Mills, it's still saving you more money. And so, John, lay this out because our listeners are like, okay, what's all this mean? How much money have we saved, and where is this money, and what are we going to do with this money?
Well, you're going to pay another player with this money. I mean, you can't just extend the guys you have because that is not a winning formula. You have $30 million more or less, the 24 or so or change that you saved on John Collins, and now $4.5 million in this latest deal that brought Patty Mills over. So you have enough money to pay somebody if you make another move. Now, you can also use it to pay your own guys, but beyond Trey and DeJounte, who do you really want to pay? Do you really want to pay Clint Capella? Do you want to pay DeAndre Hunter? Who do you want to pay here? Let's
well, Hunter already got what he got, with $90 million, right?
I know,
or something?
right. I mean, right. You're trying to, at this point, no offense to your co-host here, but I'm not sure that he's got higher on DeAndre Hunter than I am.
He is. No. His whole thing is, if they stay the course, DeAndre Hunter is going to be better under Quinn, and he's convinced that's what's probably going to happen.
What happened to the DeAndre Hunter? I know that this is a digression here, but the playoff series the year before against Miami.
Get over it.
When DeAndre Hunter was scoring 30 points a game, where did that guy go last year?
Well, John, it was only one game. It was one game.
Where's that guy?
But it wasn't. It was a small glimmer,
nice.
yes, of wow, whoa, what is this? And we all got excited. They didn't do it again.
Like last game of the season, by the way, which meant nothing.
Yes, right. And here's the thing. This is why, everybody, whether you love Trey, you dislike Trey, you don't think they ain't gonna win with Trey. Trey shows up.
Yep.
He shows up.
Yep.
And despite all the things that we feel like whether he should be better at or whatever, he's growing as a player. The D Hunter situation was he teased us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did.
He teased us.
So did Cam Reddish.
Well, he's with who now? The Lakers?
Yeah, I think so.
I just saw Cam.
Wait, there was a brief moment there though when he first came into the league. Ooh, we went, ooh, wow, what do we have here?
Well, Cam has this. I think a lot of people assumed that he had a dog in him. Like he was going to be a defensive guy. The way he was playing defense and going after the ball and the way he was playing in the limited minutes he got. I liked what I saw. But then when you demand a trade because hey, I'm not going to see the floor as much, you go to New York, nothing happens, and it's funny because Mike and I were talking about this, and this is kind of a sidebar topic as well because the Patty Mills thing and where we're spending this money gets back to our owner, which we'll talk about in a second. But he goes to New York and he doesn't do anything, and then, the Portland thing didn't work out.
Right.
And I said, maybe he's not the guy that we thought he was. You've been now to 3 different places, and it hasn't worked. You can tell me the GM here didn't have your back or whatever, or the coaches. What happened in New York? What happened in Portland? So it was interesting because one former Hawk hit me up on social media and was like, listen, it's not always about the player. And he was basically saying, sometimes, when you go to these different places, you got to be in a place to be successful. He's absolutely right. It was solo. And we had this conversation back and forth, and I wasn't necessarily going at him. I was just saying, I don't want to make excuses for guys who are talented when it doesn't work in multiple places.
All right, so the whole point of this is to say they brought guys in that had apparent upside here. And
yeah.
I guess the jury's out on DeAndre Hunter at the moment. They paid him a lot of money, and I haven't seen really a return on investment on that ROI for all you people out there that do the lingo. So I don't know what to expect out of him. If somebody would take him off our hands in a trade, I wouldn't be. I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay, let's talk about a trade for a second because I brought this up to you earlier. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. John Fricky in from Mike. I said Siakam, right? This was the proposed trade That was sent to me earlier today, and I said, no, there's no way. That's just too much. We can't give that much up.
It was Okongwu, right? Hunter and 4 firsts.
Too much. We get Siakam, okay? Jalen Johnson and DeAndre Hunter go to the Raptors. 2020, and a first-round pick via Sacramento, and you give up Okongwu.
Yeah, no.
It's too much.
It's too much.
There's no way.
Now, you do have 2 first-round picks next year because of the Herter trade.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
You have 2 first-round picks next year. And, that's nice to have. I mean, they're nice pieces you can trade around. But, again, with 2 first-round picks, it's almost like, man, maybe you should just trade everybody and just be bad and get 1 and 3.
I don't want to go through it again, John. I don't want to go through it again.
Go first year Mike Woodson all over again.
Don't do it. All right, Javon. Hold on. What's going on here? Javon hits me up. He says, Dukes, did you see? Turtle, here we go. DeAndre Hunter scrubbed his social media of all things Hawks.
Oh, here we go again.
I didn't see that. Turtle, can you double check? Can you let our people know? Javon, I have not seen that today. I've been doing a radio show, but we will check. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
I think another move is coming, and the question is, this is why you made all these moves. Again, for the benefit of the audience just joining us, the Hawks front office, and this is to their credit, is locked down. You don't ever hear anything leaking out of the Hawks front office. Anything.
Yeah.
I mean, was doing all sorts of speculation on the Quinn Snyder thing when they went out west. Was it the All-Star game?
Yep.
And that's when I started saying, I bet they're meeting with Quinn. I was spitballing. Turns out I was right, but it wasn't that big a leap to think that they were. I mean, he's available. They want to jump the gun. They want to have him come in here.
They didn't have to wait.
Yeah, they can say all they want about we want to win right now. It wasn't about winning right now. That was about him coming in, getting a full assessment of this roster so that they could make the right moves here in this offseason. So I can't believe if you're bringing Quinn Snyder in to make a full assessment of the roster, to make the right moves, even if you consider John Collins to be addition by subtraction, and you can make the case. You can make the case that he is addition by subtraction. Sorry, you just can't. I know there are a lot of John Collins fans out there, but the team might just be better without him.
Okay, I got one.
Very important update.
Okay, go ahead. You got it?
He has changed his profile picture to a blacked out circle.
Okay, here we go.
He has eliminated all but one post on his Instagram. There's a picture of him traveling in Europe with his back to the camera, and the post says one thing and one thing only. Ciao.
He gone. He gone.
He gone.
He's gone. He gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Am I over-exaggerating this? We've seen this time and time again.
That's my first reaction.
Now,
see, I told you there'd be a deal.
Well, no, please. Because here's my deal. When is the owner going to sign off on spending this money that they've collected in the bank and do something with it?
Well, apparently in about 25 minutes.
That's DeAndre Hunter social media. So, Javon, appreciate that.
And you know where the Hawks are right now? Under the salary cap.
Oh, big time.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Under
big time.
salary
Well, yeah,
cap.
you just saved $30 million.
Yeah, big time.
But are they going to go?
Well, it depends on who the player is.
Well, and listen, we're having fun here.
I know we are.
Yes, but I don't want to oversell that he is being traded. Nothing is official, okay? I do want to be clear about that. But we do a talk show.
Yeah.
I do a talk show.
Yeah, we're just having fun.
I'm having fun. But I got to tell you, okay? In my experience,
yes, this says
when these things happen, when these things happen.
What? Go over this again. He did what with his IG?
He changed his profile picture to an all blacked out circle.
Uh-huh.
He removed all posts but one on his Instagram. It is him traveling in Europe with his back to the camera, and the caption is one word: ciao.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen this.
If you were getting divorced, and believe me, I had the T-shirt, I've been down that road.
You'd scrub it.
Yeah.
You scrub it?
Yep. I mean, I'm sorry, you just did. I mean, any picture you had of you and the ex is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. You call up your parents and say, those photos you have on the wall?
Take them down.
Exactly.
Take them down.
Sorry.
All right, we're going to see. See, now this is intrigue. But who are we going to get? I told you guys earlier today, go get Karl Anthony Towns.
Right.
And I'm good.
Do you want Zion if you could pry him out of
Hands down. I said months ago, let's trade for him.
Yeah.
I'll keep my fingers crossed. I know everybody's mad at me. Dukes, don't do it. If we can get Zion.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Hunter, Okongwu, and 2 first-rounders for Zion?
No.
Did you see the report about Zion today? Apparently, he is, quote, unwilling to learn free throw percentage moves and getting a jump shot.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Improving his game?
Yes.
Those
specific areas.
Understand. Wait, hey, hang on. Understand that there are a lot of reports that he and the Pelicans management hate each other.
That's true.
So
Yes.
that may just be directed at them.
All right. Boy, guys, make sure you're here. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We don't know what's going to happen with this Hawks thing. John's been saying they're going to do something big. They got to show me. This hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. Hey, it's time for our last call, 404-726-0929. Here's the deal. We were talking about Madonna earlier. What is the best live show you've ever seen? Madonna's out of the hospital. We were talking about this bacterial infection she had. She was amazing. I think she was about to go on tour before this happened. What is the best live show you've ever seen? There are no wrong answers. Springsteen, Commodores, Prince. It doesn't matter, all right? I don't care who it is. I just want to know who it is. Jay-Z, 404-726-0929. That's tonight's last call.
time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
Question is pretty easy today. We're talking about Madonna getting out of the hospital. Don't know if you've ever seen her in concert, but what's the best live show you've ever seen? U2? Maybe it is AC/DC. Maybe it's Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I don't know. There are no wrong answers. Just want to know who was it and why did it make you feel like it was the best live show you've ever seen? Who is it for you, John? Who's the best live show you've ever seen?
I would say the best live show I've ever seen was at the Omni in 1978 at their height. Full fire-breathing, blood-spitting Kiss.
At their height.
At their height.
Yeah. Yeah. They put on a hell of a show. Maybe it's Kanye West. I don't know. 404-726-0929. Red Hot Chili Peppers. I just saw some kind of documentary on them. You guys are amazing. Like Red Hot Chili Peppers, I just saw something like it was really cool. I was just flipping through. And maybe it was the performance at Coachella. I don't remember, but it was a really cool thing. All right, we're going to grab your phone calls. If you're just joining us, John and I were in here talking in studio about this.
Wait, you got to answer it too.
Oh, Prince.
Okay.
Hands down. DeAndre Hunter, again, take it for what it's worth, scrubbed his Insta, his social media, got basically one post on there. And here's the thing, if you guys, for everybody that doesn't really get this, and this is where the Where's Julio thing came from years ago. Because Julio did this. And I said, look, he wants more money. And everybody said, no. And then that became a whole thing where in the entire offseason, we didn't know where the hell he was. But when guys do this, as John mentioned, in this day and age, when you start scrubbing stuff, when you got all these pictures of your life and your career, okay? Because if I scrub 92.9 The Game, y'all better be on the lookout. I'm just telling you. This is how it works. And so when guys scrub their livelihood, and I've been a Hawk since I've been drafted by him, and now all of a sudden I'm not posting anything. Trey did this earlier this year when we lost our mind. But you know what I now realize? Trey's enjoying the hell out of being a father. And now you see all these pictures of Trey and his kid. So he just said, hey, I'm starting over. This is something new. I'm doing this. I get it now.
It's not just scrubbing his IG. It's leaving one picture with his back turned like he's leaving with the word ciao, which for those of you who don't speak...
he's on vacation.
For those of you who don't speak the language, we're not talking about dog food here. Ciao as in C-A-I-O, which is the Italiano for bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Barry, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Barry, hey, man, what was the best live show you ever saw?
Breakfast Berry, one of your morning sponsors. It's a close, so give me 2 seconds. So 1976 was the number 2 concert. 38 Special opened up for Peter Frampton. Frampton Comes Alive tour. Phenomenal show. But hands down, number 1, 1982, the Omni. Billy Squier opened for Queen, and it was unbelievable. And I say it's unbelievable because you can never see him again.
Oh, yeah, and
it was a phenomenal show. He was such a showman. What a showman he was.
I turned down tickets for that. I kicked myself for that.
You turned down tickets?
Yeah, because I was dating a girl who didn't want to go, and
you made the decision to not go. What'd you guys do that night?
I'm gonna post a picture of me walking away on Instagram and say ciao.
Ciao. Fair enough. Hey, Barry, thank you so much for listening. Phil, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, what's the best live show you ever saw?
Hey, man. Listen, it might have been 2011. I was still married. It was Sade.
Ooh.
And she came to Atlanta. And listen, man, it was so crazy. I thought I was going to get in trouble because my wife at the time saw me mesmerized. But, man, about 10 minutes later, man, I look around and she's mesmerized, too.
Oh, that's good.
I wanted to ask for a hall pass, you know?
No. She sent you a picture of her with her back turned saying ciao.
Hey, Phil, I love Sade. I've never seen her live. I'd be mesmerized, too. My wife a few years ago took me to, like, one of these cover band shows where, you know, the lady's she's singing like Sade and she does all the songs. And she was great. But it wasn't Sade.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, she was awesome, and the vibe was cool, and everybody in there is like, yeah, but it wasn't Sade.
Right.
I want Sade. Eric, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What's the best live show you ever saw, Eric? Hey, man.
Hey, man, yeah, the guy took it from me. I've seen him twice with Queen, with Billy Squier. Probably one of the best shows.
Queen.
If I had another one, I'd probably say Elton John and Billy Joel together on the same stage, playing each other's songs and singing their own songs. That's Phillips.
Piano Man, yeah. That tour was huge. Speaking of selling out stadiums and all that, that was a huge tour. I think Billy Joel just stopped it. He had a residence or something like it, Madison Square Garden.
No, he was just here at Mercedes-Benz.
Elton John just played his last tour stop.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Glastonbury.
You think he's done? And that's the thing. Every time they say
How
they're done.
old? I know, but is he 80?
How old is Aerosmith? I mean,
like 80.
Seriously. I mean, these guys, every time they say they're done. I just saw a preview of the Eagles are coming back.
But they're saying, oh, we're done, though. This is our very last tour. I'm like, you guys aren't done. Fitzgill's not done.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you talking about done?
I would have loved to seen the Eagles. The Eagles.
I've seen them 3 times.
Not this version. No disrespect. You know what I'm talking about. That's the thing about Queen. Like, when you see a band in its original form, there's nothing like that. There's nothing. Jason, what's the best live show you ever saw, Jason? Hey, man.
I got two. I got the Beastie Boys and Rage Against the Machine.
Rage Against the
Hands down,
Machine.
man. They all over the place. It was chaos.
I can only imagine. Beastie Boys! I saw the Beastie Boys, like, way back. I'm thinking, like, I might have been 13. And I was just like...
And you were going to go to a party? Is that what
No, and I was like, who are these guys? Who are these guys, man? Like, because they were only white dudes there. It was amazing. It was unbelievable. I love the Beastie Boys. All right, last one. Ryan, what's up, Ryan? You're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What's the best live show you've ever been to?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
So this was spring of 1999 of my freshman year at UGA. Day of Soul, Outkast, and Goody Mob came out and played together. It had been raining all day. About 1,500 people at Legion Field. Goody Mob comes out and plays a 45-minute set because they had just dropped their second album. Outkast comes out and does a couple of songs with them, plays a 45-minute set because Aquemini had just dropped that year.
Ooh.
Goody Mob comes back out. They do it twice. They played for almost 3 hours and got shut down because of the noise violations at about 10 p.m. in Athens. But, brother, when I tell you it was the most off-the-chain, and I love Outkast. I'm an Atlanta native. Love Goody Mob. The whole Dungeon family was there. It was awesome. And by the way, I also saw Rage Against the Machine with the Beastie Boys, and actually got to see Rage Against the Machine with Wu-Tang Clan, which was probably number 2.
I can't even imagine that show.
Man, he's got a...
I love those mashup kind of shows like that. I do, man. I love, like, you 6, 7 groups, whatever it's going to be, and they're all different. I love that. That's a great story, by the way. I had not heard that story that they played UGA. What's going on, John Chuckery?
Man, all good, all good. Back from vacation.
How you look tan, bro?
Yeah. We pounded out some sun over these holidays.
Is that all you pounded out?
Yeah, well, I've got my finger that. Anyway, we'll discuss all of that kind of stuff.
Well, what do you got going on the show tonight? Welcome back.
We will talk to our buddy Kurt Heelan about the NBA offseason. We'll talk to Brad Rowland about the Hawks. Just a quick question. I know it's gone for the week. When does the Hawks roster actually start getting better? Like when do we start not just trying to save cap space?
He's looking at you, John.
And the tax. When do we actually start getting better?
In about 9 minutes from now.
Okay. What is that when I'm on air? Is that the difference or
no? I'm just saying that if you want to run with DeAndre Hunter's Chow, and we can run with DeAndre Hunter's Chow and $30 million to say that something's about to come down the pike.
Nothing's changed since you've been gone. To answer that point.
No, I mean again, we've had every vagabond that is in. We had a guy.
No, wait. Alpha Beta Gamma is gone.
Yeah, we traded for a guy that's been traded 3 times in 8 days.
Yeah,
that's the kind of guys we're bringing in.
But he's gonna stay here, John.
Huh? What?
I'm totally with you. And listen, John Freaky and I have been having this conversation. Yeah, we've been having this conversation.
Yeah, well, he's freaky. So anyway.
Okay, hold on. Before we get out of here.
Yes, sir.
We were talking about this story earlier today.
Yes, sir.
Pat Fitzgerald has been fired by Northwestern.
No, I told you. Yeah, you had to fire him.
Yeah.
You had to fire him.
We were talking about this story earlier today.
That's what I said. How was you have to fire him?
Again, the only way you were ever going to get rid of Pat Fitzgerald, and by the way, he's not done a good job the last couple of years at Northwestern.
Well, they're 1-11 last year.
Yes, I mean, but you would have to have something egregious because in a normal course of action, he would never be fired from Pat. I mean, he was a legend.
It took this.
Yes.
And this is
bad.
It's bad, but here's the deal. Is it going to get worse?
It may, because there's going to be lawsuits.
Yeah.
All right. I know you're coming on. John Chuckery's here. Stay here, guys.
Ciao.
We got to clear our throats.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Thanks to our guest today, to include our own Grant McCauley, who's, by the way, taking a few days off. Good for Grant, because he deserves it. Jason Longshore talking about Atlanta United as well. Tomorrow, guys, big show. We're going to talk to Tyler Sullivan, who writes and talks about the NFL. Matt Marshall, college football reporter for the Orlando Sentinel. You want to talk about this, Pat? Story. We will get into that and much more. He will be all over that. And our buddy Ian Eagle is going to join us. NFL, NBA, offseason, best play-by-play, one of the best play-by-play guys out there. Big show tomorrow, so make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. Hey, Turtle, great job. Both jobs today, executive producing and running our board. We got to get out of here, John. Clear your throat.
Well, I want to go viral, so I guess I got to do soccer play-by-play. Right? I mean, how it works, right? I mean, because if you do this right, I'm going to be somebody. I can't do it. I can't get that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't get there. No, look, hey, listen. We speculated that Pat Fitzgerald would be fired, and he was. I think we're speculating that DeAndre Hunter might be traded. I think we're onto something there, Dukes. I know we start to talk ourselves into something, but I got to believe that we know how to read them tea leaves. It's pretty, because some stuff's just obvious.
Yeah.
And that one was more impressive than the first.
Hey, I'm tired of the disrespect, but here's the deal. Falcons are going to get a chance to prove to everybody that they're better than what everybody believes they are. When you leave Grady Jarrett off a top 10 defensive tackle list in the National Football League, you're doing yourself a disservice because you haven't watched enough to know how good he is, even when the team's not been good. Grady, don't worry. I got your back. But I also know when the season rolls around, there's going to be a lot of folks jumping on this bandwagon. Hey, if you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
blame Turtle for bringing Tony Cloninger into the show, for crying out loud.
Where is the freaking whistle?
Now, your game traffic. 92.9 The Game's Traffic Center, brought to you by Bader Scott Accident Attorneys.